Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today at the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, hosted by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. My name is Junior McIntyre, ICT consultant at the CTU. Please permit me to share a bit of context. The Caribbean Internet Governance Forum is a regional multi-stakeholder forum initiated by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and the CARICOM Secretariat in 2005 to coordinate the regional approach to internet governance, initially focused on the proceedings of the United Nations World Summit on the Information Society. The forum has since been convened annually by the CTU, and this year it is being done in association with the Caribbean Internet Development Foundation, the body planned to sustain the CIGF as we move forward. As the first and longest running internet governance forum in the world, the CIGF has since grown and evolved, consistently delivering significant and pioneering benefits to the region, including the formulation of a Caribbean internet governance policy framework, the proliferation of local internet exchange points, capacity building in internet governance principles and best practices, the creation of national IGFs, and the growth in the Caribbean influence at international internet governance fora. So before we get started, I would just like to share a few tips so that we can participate successfully. The theme of the 16th CIGF is accelerating digital transformation. Internet governance matters. The event will take place over the course of 3 days, from the 26th, which is today, to the 28th of August. I would like to point you to the provisional agenda, which is posted on the webpage. And the link as well, the link to the agenda will be posted also in the chat. During the presentations, we are kindly asking that you post your questions in the Q&A box in order for them to be seen and effectively addressed. The Q&A box is accessible by clicking the Q&A button located at the bottom of your Zoom window. Using the Q&A is very useful, as there could be limited opportunities for verbal interventions. We use the chat button for sharing general comments and information with panelists and attendees as well. The default setting for chat is to all panelists only. So be sure to select your desired recipients when entering your comments in the chat box. Also, please introduce yourself in the chat. And we'd like you to introduce yourself in this order: your first name, your last name, your organization and country. For example, Junior McIntyre, CTU, Trinidad and Tobago. And the chat button is located at the bottom of your Zoom window. As well, presentation slides would be posted on the event webpage at the end of each day. So thank you for your patience. So we will move right into the segment of the program that focuses on welcome remarks. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Nigel Cassimy, the Acting Secretary General of the CTU, to share his welcome remarks. Mr. Cassimy.
Thank you very much, Junior. And it falls to me to say welcome, welcome, welcome all to this, our 16th Internet Governance Forum. A very special welcome as well to our long-standing partner organizations who have supported us through this journey of now 16 editions of the forum. Not necessarily all 16, but certainly these are our longest standing supporters: ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers; LACNIC, the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Addresses Registry; ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers; and ISOC, the Internet Society. We have other supporters, I would say a little more recent vintage, of course, in terms of content at our events: the UN IGF, the UN Internet Governance Forum, and the associated IGF support organization, LACTLD as well. Representatives from our regional Internet Governance Fora, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, all of which we hope to hear at least a little bit from, if not necessarily from in terms of a full intervention, but certainly interventions on the floor. And I'd also like to welcome a new contributor to the agenda of our Internet Governance Forum, where we are trialing this year a youth element, and we'll have content coming from the University of the West Indies campus at St. Augustine here in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'd like to welcome all to this 16th Internet Governance Forum. And like Junior said, we are proud to note that we are the world's first and longest running regional Internet Governance Forum. And I'd also like, in that regard, to shout out, as the young people say, but recognize the leadership of our now former Secretary General, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, in bringing us to this point. From 2005 to 2020, well, certainly to 2019, she had been a driving force in the growth and development and the achievements of the CIGF. And I'll get into some of those successes later. Having, I guess, nurtured our group to a certain level, we are now at the threshold of a new growth phase. And we have been and we will be soliciting the support of all our partners and contributors to take us forward. But I'll get into that in my later presentation, where I talk about more specifically about the achievements of the CIGF. This year, 2020, however, is unprecedented. I think in all our lifetimes of the persons on, participating in this forum. Definitely. We are living in a global pandemic. It has impacted every country of the world. It has upended economies. And we are, forced to try to find new ways and adapt our ways of life to sustain livelihoods all over the world, all simultaneously. Clearly, this global pandemic has now forced the CIGF to move fully online. We've had online elements before where we allowed remote participation, but this is a case where gatherings are now discouraged in most countries, and it is impractical for us to put together an in-person seminar, and we are forced to be fully online. There's no travel and hence limited opportunities for socializing. The world has found it necessary to find different means to get together and work together. The thing about the situation, though, is that while it disrupts what we lived before, it provides new opportunities as well for participation and collaboration. With being fully online now, there is no barrier, for example, to opening our arms to wider collaborations in any particular venture, even in terms of an Internet Governance Forum. Right? So clearly the profile of information and communications technologies, ICT, has been raised. And before, we talked about widespread use of ICT and the need for ICT to become more pervasive and ubiquitous and so on. And these are the types of statements we found in the national ICT plans of many member organizations of the CTU, for example. I think what COVID-19 is showing is that ICT is now moving to a stage of being indispensable. So from widespread and pervasive, we're moving to indispensable. Hence, our theme for the CIGF, the 16th CIGF, accelerating digital transformation. Accelerating digital transformation, and internet governance matters in order to make that happen. So in terms of exploring the growing indispensability of ICT, and in the context of our CIGF, we will be exploring various aspects of this theme. And we'll be having sessions addressing things like e-government, e-commerce and e-payments, infrastructure development and resilience, data management issues, industry applications, especially industries that have been profoundly disrupted, like tourism here in the Caribbean. Education as well, all over the world, and what opportunities there might be for entrepreneurship in this new dispensation where the online world is becoming more important and indispensable to maintaining our livelihoods. In the program as well, we'll be getting updates from our regional IGFs, and there'll even be some homework, because part of what we do at our Caribbean Internet Governance Forum is that we develop harmonized policy proposals. I'll go more specifically into some of that work in my later presentation, but certainly there is a segment where we try to advance the work of our policy development with respect to internet governance, harmonized internet governance approaches in the Caribbean. So over these 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there is a lot in store. So I encourage everyone to participate fully. If you have content that you think might be useful to us beyond, say, just an intervention on the floor, I guess we are still open to ideas from people or suggestions from persons to make the program more informative. So just drop us a note or put a comment in the chat that we can pick up and follow up on later on. So welcome again to everyone, all our partners and all our attendees. And I wish all of us an enlightening and rewarding 16th CIGF. Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casimir, and thank you very much for that welcome address. I echo your sentiments. ICT has now become indispensable to all of us. I would like to move along to the next presenter, Mr. Chengatai Masengo. He is the Program and Technology Manager at UN IGF Secretariat. So over to Mr. Chengatengo.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be able to address you today on the occasion of the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, which I am reminded is one more year than the global IGF. My congratulations to the organizing team on organizing and meeting despite these challenging times that we are all living through. Indeed, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has fairly transformed our lifestyles and even more directed us to the necessary use of digital technologies to continue working, communicating, informing, and educating ourselves. In spite of the need to physically distance one from each other and to go through some form of isolation, thanks to the internet, it does not necessarily mean that we are socially distanced as such, because the internet can still bring us together and maintain the social fabric. Within the UN system, the role of digital technologies for people's well-being, for achieving this, has never been more prioritized as now. The UN Secretary General's recently launched a roadmap for digital cooperation clearly shows this. And a set of recommended actions for the international community was also published to help ensure all people are connected, respected, and protected in the digital age. The report sets a goal of achieving universal connectivity by 2030, and among other things, refers to the IGF as a mechanism for the global digital corporation, along with underlining the important role of the national, regional, and sub-regional, and also the youth initiatives have in this. We at the IGF Secretariat will continue advancing the multi-stakeholder discussion on matters pertaining to the internet governance and developing capacity for people in all parts of the world. But regardless of how much effort that is invested, we cannot achieve our goals if we do not all work together. You will understand very well when I say that digital policy issues and conditions are not the same all over the world. Only through engaged and equipped local communities can we achieve the global challenge. The national and regional initiatives are very important to us in this mission. The Caribbean IGF can play a very specific and sensitive role, specifically on issues affecting small island states, and the Caribbean has a lot to contribute, born out of your experiences with connecting small and widely spread populations, where the economies of scales don't play a significant role. Also, your experiences with the devastating consequences of tropical storms and how to recover quickly from these extreme situations. Sometimes where people cannot go, technologies can. Basic connectivity and online devices are aids that help bring resources essential to survival and the continuation of life. In the times of the pandemic, when the global health threat almost instantaneously and dramatically affected all aspects of our lives, your region can help passing on experiences on how to use the ICTs to combat and mitigate its harmful effects. The agenda and objectives of this meeting is very current and is also in line with what we'll be discussing at the virtual IGF 2020 meeting. I invite you all to attend and share with you what you've learned together with the global community, as only by working together can we advance together. Virtually Together is the motto of this year's IGF, and that will be hosted online by the United Nations. The meeting's overarching theme is Internet for Human Resilience and Solidarity. The forum's main themes are data, environment, inclusion, and trust. The meeting's first phase will be from the 2nd to the 6th of November, followed by a second phase and official opening on 9th November and closing ceremony on the 17th of November. With a series of community-led sessions, main thematic sessions, and a dedicated track for high-level leaders, members of parliaments, and also the youth. Once again, I thank you very much for inviting me, and I wish you a successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masengo. And thank you for sharing and giving us some insight into the programs at the UN IGF Secretariat. At this point, I would like to, it is indeed my pleasure to invite Mr. Bevel Wooding, Caribbean Outreach Liaison Officer in charge at ARIN. I would like at this point to invite Mr. Bevel Wooding to address us, please.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Good morning and good day to all. My name is Bevel Wooding. I'm the Director for Caribbean Affairs at the American Registry for Internet Numbers. I'd like to begin by thanking and congratulating the Caribbean Telecommunications Union for staging yet again the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. ARIN has had a long and very productive collaboration with the CTU over the past several years and has been an ardent supporter of its efforts to promote internet governance in the region. Now, while our commitment is unchanged this year, the context within which it is provided has changed in ways that few could have imagined since last year's Internet Governance Forum. COVID-19, as several of the speakers have already said, has disrupted economies. It has upended the status quo across several sectors. And it has also exposed vulnerabilities and constraints and even opportunities that are unique to developing and small island states. We have seen in the past few months that unlike anything before it, this pandemic has underscored the critical role that the internet plays and that information and communications technologies play in connecting individuals, in facilitating business, in delivering government services, and ensuring that critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and justice continue uninterrupted. We have before us a context like never before in which, as has been stated, the technology and the use of the internet is now an indispensable tool to the sustainability of our economies and our societies. This year, like no other, our deliberations must lead to immediate, relevant Caribbean awareness, Caribbean application, and I would also add to that Caribbean action. I think the theme for this year's Internet Governance Forum, Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, is quite appropriate because this year, like no other year before it, Caribbean internet governance matters. It matters in ways that it never had before, which means that our deliberations over the next 3 days matter more than they would have at any time before. And Aaron stands prepared, and I stand prepared as well to play our part in evolving the conversation so that it can lead to immediate and relevant regional action. I want to commend the organizers. I think that the structure of the days to come are exactly what would be required for us to focus on themes and topics and issues that are of urgent importance to the region. And as an internet number registry, we also stand ready to provide the services in terms of the infrastructure number resources that are required by countries that are seeking to improve or strengthen their resilience as it relates to internet infrastructure, so that as a region, we can have the appropriate platforms necessary to navigate these interesting times and this new normal that we find ourselves in. So once again, congrats to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, congrats to the organizers, and I'm looking forward to a very productive and fruitful series of interactions in the coming days. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Mr. Wooding. And again, we also like to thank you for your support to the city over the years and indeed supporting us in formulating this particular event as well, and be one of our key stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Wooding. At this point, I would like to invite Mr. Kevon Swift, who is the Head of Strategic Relations and Integration at LACNIC, to share a few remarks, please. Mr. Swift.
Thank you very much, Junior, and great morning to everyone connected here on this call at the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. It's always a pleasure to be among this group, the Caribbean being the innovators of the very first regional IGF process in the world. LACNIC is a long-standing supporter of the CTU's work, and we are always pleased to stand in unison with everyone dedicated to the digital transformation of this region. And of course, the theme for this year, Accelerating Digital Transformation, Internet Governance Matters, couldn't come at a more timely moment in the Caribbean's history. Good internet governance is at the heart of successful digital transformation, digital development stories. These are unprecedented, challenging times, without a doubt. The global pandemic has pushed us into a new paradigm, a paradigm that some of us are already familiar with respect to remote working. But here I say we are facing two types of challenges. The ability to pivot quickly and go digital based on pre-existing strategic plans, and the second paradigm, which I like to call digital alternatives, where the pressure is great to transform processes, to digitize and to build capacity, both in terms of basic digital literacy and also advanced skills to sustain our burgeoning digital endeavors. This is a moment to recognize that there's no one way to do this. there are many paths on the way to Rome, and more importantly, we are all in this together. More than just a number, LACNIC has been contributing to Caribbean digital transformation and digital development by way of its initiatives such as IT Close Global, a holistic capacity building and skills development program that we conducted in Haiti to empower young women and girls with 21st century competencies to find remote working possibilities. And as well, we have the Regional Fund for Digital Innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, the FRIDA program, where we recognize, fund, and or scale up actions that contribute to the socioeconomic development of the region. And on that front, we have had notable FRIDA awardees, including Dr. Kim Malalu with Fisheries, Dr. Margaret Bernard of UE as well, with the AgriNet project, Mr. Craig Nesty, with an Internet of Things initiative dealing with the Internet of Things and weather, and many others. What stands in the balance? We have spoken about internet governance issues. We have identified and defined problems. Now, more than ever, is a time for us to act. Act as in implementing the ideas, the plans, the initiatives, and the policy solutions that we have been discussing over the years. And this is a time to really see the seeds of our endeavors grow from this point onward. It would be remiss of me to address you and not mention the biggest news at LACNIC over the past couple of weeks. We no longer have IPv4 resources. More specifically, the only IPv4 resources that will be available are those resources that are returned or revoked. And for that, there's a long waiting list. So the options at this point to acquire that resource would be the secondary market, for which there are 4 participating regions in the world, where 4 of the 5 RIRs are based, everyone except for the African region. And of course, this is essential when we are talking about digital transformation, when we were talking about network resilience and autonomy, to really focus on deploying IPv6. And there's no excuse for it at this point. We are here. It's no longer about us speaking, it's about us acting. Again, I'd like to thank the CTU for its commendable work in this field. I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation. And I'd like to wish all of us here a fruitful and successful Internet Governance Forum. Back to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swift. And thank you very much for reminding us about the urgency of the IPv6 adoption. We believe it's very timely. At this moment, we would like to move on to our next presenter, Mrs. Shirlan Osifa. Mrs. Osifa is a Manager, Regional Affairs, Latin America and the Caribbean, Internet Society, ISOC. And Mr. Osifa, please, your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Junior. I too have had some title change. I'm the Director of Caribbean Affairs for Internet Society nowadays. So thank you very much. It's always a pleasure and an honor to give a contribution to the development of the Internet. And I would like to thank Caribbean Telecommunication Union for inviting us and also for organizing this event. Looking at this year's theme, I believe it's very, very appropriate. None of us want to be pushed to do anything, but sometimes you need to be pushed to save your life. For example, if you are standing on a railroad with a train approaching, you cannot kindly be asked to abandon that railroad. You need to be pushed away. This is exactly what has happened to us. We have been too long talking about accelerating digital transformation, and not only in the Caribbean, but globally. And I believe now we are forced to do it. At Internet Society, internet governance is very important to us because this is a very structural way how we can deal with the challenges that we are facing. Even, for example, within the Internet Society, we have been focusing this year on 8 specific projects. of which what we call the internet way of networking is one of those. Because we believe the internet is what it is today based on the structure, based on the multi-stakeholder approach that all stakeholders can give a contribution to ensure that the internet continues to work. So again, it's a pleasure for us to be here, and we are looking forward to give our contribution later on some very specific theme that I think we can give a contribution on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osefa, for your update and your remarks. We appreciate them. We would like to move on to the next person, Mr. Albert Daniels, for his remarks. Mr. Daniels is the Senior Manager, Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean at ICANN. So, Mr. Daniels, please.
You're muted, Albert.
Okay, let's try that one more time. Thank you very much, Chair. Am I still muted?
No, you're not. We're hearing.
Okay.
We're hearing. Great, great.
Okay, let's see. 3 times the charm. Acting Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Mr. Nigel Casimir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers congratulates the CTU on the hosting of the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum with the theme Accelerating Digital Transformation, and more importantly, the sub-theme Internet Governance Matters. This sub-theme, Internet Governance Matters, is a mantra that many of the speakers this morning have been repeating and preaching for several years. We have been communicating to stakeholders in the Caribbean region that you need to get involved in internet governance because it is very important. Now, COVID-19 has put us in a situation where, as the acting SG has indicated, internet governance is indispensable. So ICANN is happy to continue the efforts of partnership and collaboration with the various organizations that are involved in this initiative. And specifically, I need to mention the 2 regional internet registries that serve the Caribbean, LACNIC and ARIN. We mentioned our partner, the Internet Society, who we work very closely with. And I'm very happy this year to see the inclusion of the Latin American and Caribbean top-level domain support registry, support organization, LACTLD, in this team of collaborators. LACTLD is very important to the country code top-level domain administrators of the Caribbean region. So we're happy to bring them on board and integrate them into the partnership and collaboration. With COVID-19, the issues that we faced every day with the internet have not stopped. We have to deal with security, we have to deal with root server issues, domain name issues, the robustness and the resiliency of the DNS system. And Caribbean input is critical to policy development, global policy development. So this is why ICANN will continue to support the CTU, continue to encourage participation in global policy development, and do all that we can to ensure that the internet we get in the Caribbean is one that meets our Caribbean needs, takes into account our Caribbean considerations, and also our Caribbean concerns. We recognize the work of the outgoing Secretary General, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, in all she has done for the CTU. And ICANN also specifically recognizes the work of Mr. Nigel Casimir in the planning and execution of this Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And we look forward to partnering with everyone in ensuring that we have a successful event over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, and we indeed thank you for pledging your continued support and ICANN's continued support to the CTU. At this point, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Nigel Casimir, Acting Secretary General of the CTU, to again address us. Mr. Casimir will be speaking about what we have done in the context of the CIGF, current initiatives and what will be coming next. So over to you, Acting Secretary General.
Thank you, Junior. Let me just bring up my share there and also my camera. Oops, here we go. 1 second. Yes, for the, I don't have, it's not showing at full screen yet, is it?
No, it's not at full screen.
Right, okay, good.
Great, no, great.
Right. Yes, folks, this is what I call my annual update as to what's going on with the CIGF. A lot of it would be familiar to our repeat attendees, but each year, of course, we have new attendees. So it is a useful thing for us to go through. And what I'm going to present is basically what the title says, what we've done over the years from 2005 to, well, up to 2019 specifically, and then we'll get into what's going on for 2020 and quickly into the outlook for the future. The Caribbean Telecommunications Union convenes the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And the CTU works in 5 core activity streams. We seek to harmonize ICT policy in the region. We undertake capacity development. We coordinate regional projects. We represent the Caribbean in different international fora, and we perform an industry watch function. I was looking at this and I realized that, our work in internet governance probably touches on each one of these streams, which is probably singular among all the activities of the CTU. We usually can compartmentalize an activity or an initiative in one of these 5 streams, but internet governance, we've actually touched on all of them. So since 2005, and we got involved because our Caribbean Community Secretariat, CARICOM Secretariat, asked the CTU to coordinate the Caribbean response to what was going on at the time, the World Summit on the Information Society. And we put together the initial Caribbean Internet Governance Forum as a multi-stakeholder forum. We really didn't know we were starting a trend, I think. And the first event was held in Georgetown, Guyana, where the CARICOM Secretariat is hosted. And since then, as was said, we've met annually. And our goals for internet governance have always been formulating regional policy, harmonizing regional policies related to internet governance. But because internet governance is such a wide range of topics, we've from the outset sought to identify and focus on what are the Caribbean priority issues. And over the 15 or 16 years that we've been doing this, we've seen the focus change in terms of Caribbean priority issues. And I'll get into that a little bit more shortly. But we've gone beyond just talking about developing harmonized policy approaches. In the work of the CTU and the Internet Governance Forum, we've followed up, and we've sought to take concrete actions to promote and accelerate internet development and internet use in the region. And we've developed multiple different projects and capacity building events. So our CIGF, again, is the oldest one that is running in the world. It's a non-hierarchical multi-stakeholder forum, and we always say it's convened by the CTU. It's not a government forum. The CTU is an intergovernmental organization, but as I said, from the outset, it has always been formulated as a non-hierarchical multi-stakeholder forum, focusing on harmonizing IT policy, on Caribbean priorities. One good benefit, I suppose, of having a convener like the CTU, however, is that it provides a pathway to influence the policymakers in the Caribbean, the government policymakers. So there is a certain amount of influence when we present harmonized positions coming from this forum to our intergovernmental hierarchy, our Executive Council and our General Conference of Ministers. All right, so it gives this useful channel straight to the policymakers and decision makers at the national and governmental levels in all the countries of the Caribbean. So I think that's a plus, and it is probably a plus for the CTU retaining some sort of involvement in the work of the CIGF going forward. Our Intergovernance Forum, though, well, it preceded the global one, and I suppose we've come to our current position in terms of liaising with the UN IGF and regional IGFs from a different path from other national IGFs. So our process has been more than just preparing for other Internet Governance Forum. We've always sought to develop concrete policy proposals and implement productive actions that benefit the growth and development of Internet in the region. This one slide I've sought to summarize some of major achievements. 16 fora like this, in addition to which we've held at least 4 ministerial brief policy recommendations. We have sustained the work of the CIGF over these 16 years through the cooperation and collaboration of our partners. We will go now to try to bring into effect this foundation. And in the recent years, we've enhanced our linkages with the Latin American and Caribbean IGF and the UN IGF, and we will continue to do so, pushing forward the priority areas of Internet governance for the Caribbean. For this particular 16th edition, we will be discussing key issues in IG in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll shortly be receiving liaison reports from our national IGFs, and we will continue work. This is the workshop aspect now of reviewing our current Caribbean vision, mission, and priorities for Internet governance. This is work that would feed into the next edition of our Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. For those who are listening to my voice and others whom you can influence, what can you do? Basically, we are asking you to get involved and let your voice be heard. All right. This is a forum where all stakeholder views are invited and are welcome. So we have these 3 days to participate. One can also always send information to the CTU Secretariat relating to Internet governance issues or the CIGF to cigf@ctu.int. We've been also not as successful as we want to in developing discussion fora on our website. We are in the process of trialing a new website, and that includes facilities for hosting discussion fora. So we hope, probably within, this is what, August, probably by October, to be able to announce that we are able to host and go forward with different discussion fora on our website, including Internet governance. And that will help us to improve our intersectional work with respect to Internet governance. So moving from, so the CIGF work would not only be concentrated in the events that take place annually, but it will be a continuous process of events plus intersectional work. So you can actively participate in this CIGF and relate to the CTU and its work in internet governance. All voices are encouraged. So that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Actually, I think we will transition now into the panel session where I'll be moderating. So I will just note that we have a panel of speakers where we'll be talking about the impact of COVID-19 on regional and global internet governance. And I'll quickly introduce the different members of the panel. We'll have Mr. Miguel Estrada, who is called Nacho. He's the general manager of LAC-TLD. We've already heard from Mr. Bevel Wooding of ARIN, and he'll be a part of the panel. Mr. Kevin Swift from LACNIC will represent LACNIC on the panel. Mr. Albert Daniels of ICANN, we've seen, and also Mr. Shernan Osepa, we've also seen. So I'll move seamlessly into that panel now, and invite first Mr. Miguel Estrada, General Manager of LACNIC, to address us on the impact of COVID-19 as seen from LAC-TLD. Nacho, please.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you quite well.
That's good. Okay. So I'm gonna turn this into presentation mode. Can you see my screen?
We can see it. We can see it. It looks,
okay. That's good.
it's very good. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I cannot turn it into full screen. I don't know why, but well, I'm gonna do it anyway, like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so well, my name, as Nigel was telling you, my name is Miguel Ignacio Estrada. I'm the general manager of LAC-TLD. I'm gonna tell you a little about how the COVID-19 has impacted on the CCTLDs of the region. When I say the region is Latin America and the Caribbean, I have some little insights from the Caribbean itself, from our members from the Caribbean, but I'm going to be speaking in general. So what is LAC-TLD? LAC-TLD is the Association of Country Code Top-Level Domains from Latin America and the Caribbean. It was created in August 20th in 1998 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. We are based at La Casa de Internet. If you can see Albert Daniels' background, he seems to be familiar. Our vision is to promote an internet that contributes to the economic and social development by using domain names. And our mission is to be an active agent in the development of the internet and its governance through the association and its members. Involvement in the main topics related to the internet, domain names and digital presence. So this is our membership right now. We have 29 associates, 5 affiliates, and 8 observers. You can see the different dots. The blue ones are the associates, the observers are the green ones, and the affiliates are the red ones. We have many projects going on, but I'm gonna be talking about just 2 because they were really important. What came later from the pandemic. We have this project called, and it's not a project anymore, it's a reality. This is the Anycast Cloud. This project started in December 2016 during the IGF at Guadalajara. It's a non-profit collaborative network that seeks to strengthen the infrastructure, the DNS infrastructure and stability in Latin America and the Caribbean. The idea of this cloud is to have a copy of the zones of our CCTLDs. This is free for the CCTLDs, and this is not just for LAC-TLD members. It is open for any CCTLD that would like to join. This is an open project. Right now we are serving 13 CCTLDs, and we have nodes around the region, and also we have nodes in the US and in Europe. We have 2 nodes in Europe. So this is a really good project. Actually, yesterday we received the FRIDA prize for one of the best projects in the region. We are really proud about that. This is a really good project, and it had its impact during the pandemic. I'm going to let you know later. This is our nodes and clients composition. You'll see the blue dots are the nodes, and the clients or users, because it's free, are the orange ones. We have 12 LAC CCTLDs using the node. We have TT, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and Guadalupe from the Caribbean. And also we have the LACNIC Rebirth DNS. This project is really useful for CCTLDs and also for nodes. And nodes, becoming a node, it's also open for any kind of organization that has the infrastructure to do so. Usually it's better for IXPs, but many other organizations like ISPs could also join. And this brings a lot of benefits for them too, and for their clients in the case of IXPs and ISPs. And this is another project we have been working on. This is the Illegal Online Content Forum. The goals of this project is to train and update the LEAs from the LAC territories on the internet, the ecosystem organizations, and the different mechanisms that exist to interact with those responsible for online content. The idea is to raise awareness that acting on the logical layer, that means the roots, the IPs, and the domain names on the internet, should never be the first step and can have unexpected consequences. The idea is to try for the authorities to don't hurt the internet with their decisions. And also to create a space to establish networks and exchange experiences and best practices. The participants have been judges, prosecutors, and LEAs from the LAC region. We have these 2 activities, in-person activities, 1 workshop in Bogota for 9 countries in South America, another in Cancun. This was in the beginning of this year. We had 40 participants from 8 countries, from Central, North America, and Spanish-speaking Caribbean territories. And the third one was meant to be in the Caribbean, but it was canceled due to the pandemic. So I hope we can reactivate this in-person workshop soon, and we'll be going to the Caribbean, I hope. And also we had 2 webinars, one with Interpol, another with the Cybercrime Unit of the Public Ministry of Argentina. So what were the challenges for us, or for our members during the pandemic? This was our approach to the pandemic. Once the pandemic was declared, we have an exchange meeting with our members to see how they were doing and what were their needs. Everything was kind of under control. There were some challenges I'm going to be telling you later, but everything on the technical point of view, everything was under control. Then we hosted a business continuity webinar in order for the CCTLDs that hadn't implemented the business continuity plan before could do so, or could have best practices for other CCTLDs that already did. Then we conducted the survey for our members on the impact of the pandemic. Then we hosted another webinar on remote work optimization. And at the end, we conducted the second survey for our members on domain registers with terms related to COVID. Nigel, I'm trying to be as fast as I can. Let me know if I should do it a little faster. So
I think you're doing okay.
Okay, great. So regarding business continuity, our region, and you may know, our region is prepared for natural disasters. They keep going and going on, and we have some practice regarding this. This is not a natural disaster, but it's kind of a contingency like that. For example, in our previous LACTLD report, this is a kind of a magazine we have once a year. We have been talking about disaster preparedness, and we are used to because of hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes, and so on around our region. So regarding business continuity within our membership, the situation was not of great technical concern. As I was telling you before, many CCTLDs already had a business continuity plan implemented. And in case of interruption of their operations, most CCTLDs have ENICAS services working that can respond to in case of an emergency. And almost half of them use our ENICAS cloud, the project that I was telling you before. So we were really good regarding technical concerns. There were not technical concerns. From the operational point of view, there were some challenges to address. Many of our CCTLDs are still using cash or checks for registering and renewing domain names. This was something they had to address. Also, domain expirations in the first days of the pandemic where everyone or every businesses were kind of rearranging their stuff at their homes and stuff. Some expirations were about to fall. Domains were about to get renewed, and they didn't. So many of our members had a proactive view, and extensions were granted in some cases, and some others, for example, for governments, were automatically renewed. And regarding staff, in general, the remote work was the chosen mode. The mode was chosen, and in several cases, adequate equipment had to be provided to employees: computers, chairs, headphones, headsets, microphones, and stuff, in order to do their work as they should. And in cases where it was 100% necessary, rotating in-person teams were generated, for example, for data centers and stuff, but always with the proper health protocols. Regarding domain name registrations, there was big growth in the region. During the first weeks of the pandemic, some registries noted a slight decrease, and we believe that this was related to the rearrangement of the personnel. Of the personnel of the different companies, and then proactive measures were introduced for those domains that were close to expiring, as I was telling you before. And in the following weeks, there was a recovery in the numbers of registrations and renewals. They went back to normal values, and then the registrations began to grow. So on April, year-on-year growth exceeded April of 2019 by 24 percentage points. This was a really big growth. And then on May, it went up to 64, and on June to 57 points. So the second quarter of 2020 was the highest quarterly growth peak since 2016. And due to, if you see the growth on the latest years, it was that the registrations were not growing so much. So this is a tremendous growth for the region. More than 330,000 domains were registered in the LAC region, and well, historical growth levels for several of our members. As you can see, the members who have public information as Chile, Brazil, and stuff, they had really big growth. What is the explanation for us? Well, the migration of many companies and institutions to the online world, and some new ventures that arose from new needs. What we have to do is to evaluate in a year if the negative effect that has impacted on small and medium-sized companies has its correlation on domain name renewals. So we're not sure if this growth is going to keep the same, or maybe it's going to be going down on the next year. What about DNS abuse during the pandemic? And these are my final 2 or 3 slides. So what we do call DNS abuse, well, it's obvious that what is illegal offline is illegal online. So this is what we call abuse. And in addition, there are certain consensus on some uses considered as abusive, like phishing, malware distribution, farming, botnets, and spam in the case it is used as a route for the above mentioned. So there were some concerns about the pandemic. Some media, mainly in Europe, spoke about increasing domain registration for legal purposes. For example, for sale of remedies or treatment for COVID-19, non-authorized, and anti-vaccine materials and so on. And also the transfer of companies' operation to employees' homes could also cause additional problems due to abuse in the DNS. So what happened in LACT? LACT conducted, as I was telling you before, a study in July of this year. We had a participation of 85% of our members, and 1,739 domains were registered, including words such as coronavirus, COVID, virus, SARS, corona, pandemic, and so on. And they only represented 0.58% of the total registries of the period. As I was telling you before, there were 330K. So this was a really little amount of them. And only 11.5% of the surveyed CCTLDs received reports of abusive or malicious use in these kind of domains. So the reports represent less than 1% of the domain with these terms. So nothing to worry about. These are usual percents for our region. And as I was telling you before about the illegal online content forum, many of these reports were quickly addressed due to the close relationships built with the LEAs from the region in our illegal content forum. And so that we believe this is a really important and interesting event and project for addressing DNS abuse on the region. So that's all for me. Any CCTLDs that are not already members of LACTLD, we invite you to participate in the NECAS Cloud. This is for free and you don't have to be a member. So if this is something you think it's worth for your CCTLD, please join. You have my contact.
Yes, thank you very much, Nacho. We'll compile the Q&A for after the other speakers speak. I'll invite Mr. Bevel Wooding now from ARIN to give his comments. Let me see. Bevel, if you have slides.
No slides.
We need to stop share. Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, no slides. Thanks again, Nigel. And again, morning, everyone. I think the opening comments pretty much set the backdrop for what I'd like to share in terms of what ARIN has been doing on the IGF front over the past year and more specifically over the past few months in response to the COVID pandemic. I think we'd all be more or less aware of the common challenges that the region has traditionally faced. A lot of those challenges have been amplified in the last few months as a result of the lockdowns and the public health and safety measures that have had to be taken. What I found interesting and what I think is going to be very relevant to our discussions is how that has put a spotlight on the issue of internet infrastructure on the issue of local digital content and on the issue of the quality of service of the internet and internet connectivity access and the devices to support a rapid transition to online service delivery. I think that has pretty much defined the discourse that we've been engaging over the past several months, and it has concentrated or amplified the work that we have been doing over the past several years. The issues around disaster risk reduction, resilience building, the conversations that have been taking place within governments and within the private sector around financing development initiatives, ensuring that there is an appropriate level of what many call indigenous capacity to support and sustain these technology-based and technology-driven transformations that are in progress, have really captivated our attention at ARIN, and have shaped a lot of the interactions that we've had in response to and as a strategic approach to the issue of supporting and accelerating the Caribbean digital agenda. There are several things that have been coming up that I want to highlight, and then I will speak specifically about the areas of focus that we have been concentrating on. One is the issue of the quality of the internet service. Discussions around internet resilience and discussions around internet or network autonomy have amplified. And I think that's very significant as borders close and as people reckon with the notion of a local internet, or the aspect of the internet that is responsible for delivering local transactions and local services across local networks. The issue of our networks, in fact, as resilient and as redundant as we need them to be for these systems to really carry the load and responsibility of national transactions. That question, that debate continues, and I think it is an important debate because it speaks to the increase that we've been seeing in attention to establishing or strengthening critical internet infrastructure, such as internet exchange points. Persons, countries, businesses seeking to better understand the issue of content caching. And one I think of the most significant amplified conversations over the past few months has been the issue of data sovereignty. If my information, my critical government information, my sensitive business information is in the cloud, and we have the kinds of restrictions that we now expect will continue for some time, should I be looking at bringing that data closer to home under my laws and inside of my jurisdiction? And that, of course, has very real implications for how national networks are built out, how national policies and national laws evolve to take into consideration some of these digital developments that are taking place. And also has implications for the regulatory environment and the context within which institutions, entrepreneurs, businesses, individuals are incentivized to build out the national infrastructure, the national digital infrastructure, the national technology and telecommunications infrastructure. So while we're seeing a common set of considerations across the region, what we're recognizing is that how each of the territories are dealing with it is a reflection of the unique local challenges and circumstances that they're wrestling with. And from where we stand as a regional internet registry responsible for number deployment across many Caribbean territories, one thing that is clear, and one thing that I think needs much stronger debate, is common approaches to these issues would benefit all. It will benefit the region, it will benefit the national states that are grappling and wrestling with the rapid acceleration of digital plans and transformation agendas. And I think when you balance that against other threats that remain in the environment, the threat of hurricanes, the vulnerability to climate change, and you realize that our movement to getting services online is not going to stop with COVID. As a matter of fact, it is expected to only increase. Then these conversations around what is the framework within which we consider the public policy, the regulatory environment, the national, let's call it educational capacity building context, and the infrastructure build out and acceleration of critical infrastructure, that those things really can benefit from a much heightened level of sharing of best practices, exchange of ideas, and conversations around who's doing what where and how effective it is. That to me has to be underpinned by an entirely different and novel approach to data collection, because what we've recognized already is that it is very difficult to understand how investments in telecommunications infrastructure, how investments in policy development, and even competition on the local content and services stage is actually translating into national economic and social benefit. And for that understanding to be clearer, the transformation process has to be measured. So one of the things that ARIN is doing, and we see this as part of our the fulfillment of our mandate to ensure the stability and security of the global internet, is we have been partnering or collaborating with the OECD to use their digital transformation framework as a basis or as a model for mapping and tracking Caribbean digital transformation developments. A pilot is being discussed for initially for the OEC, as the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Territories. But the hope is that it could present us with a model that all of the countries could use to understand what elements need to be tracked real time for governments and for the private sector and for citizens to make informed decisions about how they go about their different roles and parts as it relates to the digital transformation agenda. And I hope this is making sense, because when we look at the evolution of the Caribbean internet governance discussions, we have to track it against the changing environment that we find ourselves in. And issues that would have been theoretical conversations about privacy, about whether or not the Caribbean needs internet exchange points, whether or not we can rely or depend on the global cloud versus local cloud, all of those things have been distilled very quickly and very swiftly into a clarified understanding that without robust local internet infrastructure, you cannot build dependable, reliable, secure, scalable, or resilient local internet services. And local internet services is exactly what the Caribbean needs right now to navigate the need for online schools, online healthcare, online business services, entrepreneurs and micro enterprise leaders and owners who must now figure out how to move their businesses online without having to open an account in North America or Europe just to be able to continue their livelihood. Those are real issues now in ways that they were not a short 12 months ago. So from ARIN's standpoint, what we've done is we've taken the ARIN Caribbean Forum, which already had 3 very distinct streams: a policy stream, a technical community stream, and a law enforcement and public safety stream. And we have honed the conversations within each of those streams to reflect the priorities of the region right now. So with the technical community, we have been working very closely with CaribNOG to support the current push to strengthen and increase the number of internet exchange points in the region. Over the last 4 months, we've had several webinars looking at the specific issues around success stories within the Caribbean as it relates to internet exchange point development. And those have been very, very practical in terms of sharing understandings about what works, what we have discovered, what the statistics say about how IXPs work in small island developing states and in small markets, and how do technical operators need to adjust their mindset and their approach around setting up autonomous networks, deploying IPv6, establishing connections to a local exchange point to be able to better support the increasing demand for local services. On the public policy front, as you know, we've been working with the CTU to ensure that the Caribbean single ICT space and the Caribbean 21st century government agenda is properly articulated before the governments in the region, not just in the format of virtual meetings, but in conversations with government ministers and officials to help translate some of the global discussions and trends into local and regionally relevant action plans. I think that has been a very important component inside of this, because governments play a key part in shaping the regional landscape. The largest employer, their public policy determines to a large extent the extent to which things move forward quickly or slowly. And at the present time, when everyone wants to move quickly, governments understanding how this technological platform can best be deployed or leveraged for the national good, those translation conversations become quite key. So the Public Policy Forum has taken on new life and new meaning over the past several months. And then as it relates to law enforcement and public safety, AREN has been working with various agencies across the region to ensure that our role in terms of things like the WHOIS directory and in terms of our collaboration with law enforcement agencies across the region and around the world can be turned toward the region to help with increasing collaborations, building out networks, and sharing experiences and practices. And we also plan in the coming months to turn our attention to helping law officers, judges, lawyers, attorneys, to understand how some of these internet issues that are already increasing as they move to online courts and e-filing and electronic case management, how some of these issues translate into requirements for ensuring the effective use of the internet in the law enforcement and public safety arena. These initiatives are just the start, and they cannot exist in a vacuum. And so the conversations that we will be having over the coming days as part of this the 16th edition of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, we hope will also help to continue to shape and define how we go about supporting the region. As a regional internet registry, number resources, ASN's IPv6 is a key part of what we do, but it's not all that we do. And so the support on the public policy front, the support on the public safety front with cybersecurity, helping increase and amplify the conversation around fake news and misinformation, which we see as one of the other key dynamics that has been in the mix over the past few months. All of these things speak to the stability, dependability, and reliability of the internet for the region. We prepare to play our part, and we hope to continue doing our work together, not just with the CTU, but with the other IORGs, LACNIC, ICANN, ISOC. We've all been in active conversations, and I think that will only continue in the months to come. That's it for me now, Nigel. Turn back to you.
Thank you very much, Bevel. Good to hear about the AREN initiatives and actually the initiatives about tracking digital transformation around the Caribbean. I think that's one of that kind of data captures some of the things that we need to do a lot more of. I think all of our organizations in that respect. Okay, I'll move on now and invite Mr. Albert Daniels from ICANN to give his remarks with respect to impact of COVID-19 on the ICANN organization and some of the work they're doing.
Thank you very much, Nigel. When we look at the impact of COVID-19 on regional and global internet governance, and particularly on ICANN, I am actually tempted to be controversial and say that it has been business as usual. Mm-hmm. And the reason I say this is that COVID-19 has not really given us a holiday from the important internet governance work that is necessary on a day-to-day basis. From a technical standpoint, I think all internet users, and perhaps even more so now, are expecting the internet to be available, stable, and secure. So if anything else, I mean, we have continued to work and perhaps even work harder, more Zoom meetings, increase capacity when it comes to this whole issue of the internet and internet governance. So, I mean, we've already heard from Nacho at LACTLD. Yes, there were a few new domain name registrations, and this is something that we have seen globally. New domain name registrations related to COVID-19, the usual suspects the bad actors attempting to deprive you of your hard-earned money by using the COVID-19 domains. But while there have been, while there has been some of that, it has not been excessive. It's been a very small percentage, as we saw from Nacho's statistics. So this is why, I'm tempted to say that COVID-19 has put us in a situation where we are working differently. There's more remote work, but the work that we are required to do from an internet governance perspective continues. And as I said in my opening remarks, I mean, we still have the issues of internet security to deal with, internet issues related to the root server system, the domain name system, the robustness and resiliency of the internet. And we still have the overarching issue of the Caribbean needing to make a substantive input to global internet governance policies. So COVID-19 has not really changed much of that for us, which is why the key point that I want to leave our viewers and listeners with this morning is some of the work that we've been doing with one of the structures within ICANN, which we refer to as the Caribbean Working Group. The Caribbean Working Group has traditionally been an informal structure meant to mobilize and coordinate inputs from Caribbean stakeholders into global internet policies. Some of the simple and practical things that we have done at ICANN meetings is whenever we had an ICANN meeting, we marshaled all of the persons from the Caribbean into one room so that they could first of all get to meet each other, and then secondly have some discussions. And the discussions accomplished several things. First, we were able to look at current topics of internet governance and see how they impacted our individual countries. And also it was an opportunity for the veterans to exchange information to the newcomers, because we all know that these international meetings can be very foreboding places. When you walk into a room and you hear somebody say that the CCNSO is considering a PDP on IDNs and they have to discuss it with the GAC and ESAC, you want to turn around and run out of the room. But those are important discussions which the Caribbean has to take part in. So what we have tried to do informally is get Caribbean people to participate in these discussions. But what we have found invariably is that we get high contact, the persons will go to the meetings, and then you don't see them, for 3-4 months afterwards. So the impact on internet governance and the input from a Caribbean perspective is almost minimized because of that lack of input. So what has been happening over the last couple of months during COVID is we've been taking an introspective look at this whole structure of the Caribbean Working Group and taking a new perspective to how we are going to try to make it effective in ensuring that the Caribbean perspective features, at least in ICANN policies. And that, for example, this happens with Caribbean comments being posted during public comment periods, and most importantly, that the resultant policies which come out of the board, which come out of the supporting organizations within ICANN, reflect the needs, concerns, and views of persons from the Caribbean. This is what we are planning to do. First of all, we want to make a very specific distinction between the veteran stakeholders and the newcomer stakeholders. And we know the veterans. I mean, the names are well known, the Bevel Woodings, the Nigel Casimirs, Carlton Samuels, Devananti Luxing, and so on. These people are the ones who are currently suffering from volunteer burnout. They have really pushed and made a lot of substantive and important input into ICANN policies. So we want to separate those stakeholders from new individuals coming into the system. And, like the East, we value highly our veterans, those with gray hair in particular, and even those who have no hair. And we will continue to use them in a mentorship capacity, particularly with the new stakeholders. We do not want the newer stakeholders to come in and see Nigel and see Bevel and see Carlton and see Jacqueline and feel that, oh, well, there's no need for me. These people are doing all of the work, let them do it. Okay, we want the new people to feel that they are needed and their input is important. So what we plan to do is take a strategic look at the ICANN overall 2021-2025 strategy. And in the delivery of a capacity building session on this strategy, we will integrate the actual role and function of ICANN. Because typically what we do is we have these PowerPoints and we say that ICANN has SOs and ACs and PDPs and all this kind of thing. And by halfway through, you've lost everybody. We're trying to avoid that. And what we are trying to do is look at the global ICANN policy and strategy. First of all, the strategy, and then look a little bit deeper at our Latin American and Caribbean regional strategy and how it directly impacts Caribbean territories and Caribbean institutions and entities. And this is going to be presented, by the Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement for Latin America and the Caribbean, Rodrigo de la Parra, and also our project manager for the projects in the LAC strategy, Rodrigo Saucedo. And the idea is that as we go through those two blocks, the new persons would not only learn about what happens within the ICANN multi-stakeholder model, but also understand how the policies that are developed impact the individual territories. And we are looking for persons who will not just, come to an ICANN meeting to take a trip, but will come to an ICANN meeting to stay the course because they see value in putting their time into policy development. That is the crux of the matter. So I think Secretary General, Acting Secretary General, you've made your first public pronouncement this morning. When the theme said that internet governance matters, you changed that a little bit and you said that internet governance is indispensable. And it is because internet governance is indispensable that we feel we need input from all of our Caribbean territories into policy development. So again, not only do we want our Caribbean voice to be heard, but we want Caribbean persons to become active in policy development, join the working groups, and stay the course because they see the value in what's happening. Now, I notice that on the attendees listing, we are up to at least 47 right now, with 14 panelists. So I think I would say to persons from different countries, we are looking for at least 2 people from every Caribbean country, 2 new people to get involved in this new approach to getting Caribbean participation in internet governance. So I will be reaching out to contacts in every country of the Caribbean, trying to get 2 names who we feel are people who will stay the course, and we will take them through the capacity development, the building. We will have our veterans used as mentors to ensure that they fully understand how they can contribute to internet governance and why they should contribute. So in a sense, COVID-19 has handed us this opportunity, to do some internalization and reflection on how we've been approaching inputs to internet governance. And this is the new approach that we plan to take. So I deliberately did not use any slides because I wanted to leave you with that strong message this morning. Thank you very much, Nigel.
Yes, thank you very much, Albert. I think that's a really good approach to take. We've spoken for several years about encouraging new persons. ICANN has its fellowship program. People have come in and I suppose gone out as well. So I think a renewed is admirable. So we can definitely support that. I see some comments and questions coming in, so let's try to leave a little time for addressing some of them. Let me move on quickly then and ask Mr. Shernon Osepa from ISOC to make a few comments about impact on the organization. Shernon?
Yes, I'm here. Let me just share a few slides with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let me focus a bit on what ISOC has been focusing and will be focusing in this year. So the first thing that we have been focusing and we're still focusing on is what we call deployment of community networks. If you look globally, still we have 48% the globe that is not connected to the internet. So we are looking at smart ways how we can get people connected to the internet. And by developing what we call community networks, this is one of the ways that we use to get more people connected to the internet. In addition to that, we are also promoting IXPs globally and also in the Caribbean. We have another project focusing on encryption. So basically these 8 projects are the projects that Internet Society is focusing on globally, and also those who are applicable in the Caribbean as well. We have a very important project focusing on what we call measurement. And this is focusing on to get relevant data. A lot of times we are talking about different things, but we don't have data to back up in which direction we like to go. So that is why we have been focusing this year on what we call measurement, especially working with academia and others who are focusing on research in order for them to provide us with facts in order for us to help especially policymakers and governments to develop sound policies. We have another technical project focusing on, it's called Open Standards Everywhere. Is the promotion of open standards. So it's just like that. There is another one very relevant to this particular session that we are attending right now. It's called the Internet Way of Networking. And basically what we're trying to do is to continue to defend and promote the way the internet has been working so far. The internet is what it is based on how do you call it? The multi-stakeholder model that we have been using during all the years. So we know there are some threats out there. People or countries would like to challenge the existing way how the internet functions. So that is why we have a whole project focusing how to defend the internet that we are having nowadays. There is another project focusing on what we call manners. Manners stands for Mutual Agreed Norms on Internet Routing Security. If you look at the internet, you have 2 key components. You have the names, the Daniels, the Albert Daniels.coms that ICANN is focusing on. But you have also the internet routes, for example, like on this particular case, Erin and LACNIC are promoting. So in order for us to have secure routes, we are having this program to ensure that internet service providers and other operators adhere to best practices to avoid, let's say, internet routes being hijacked and other things happening. And the last project that we are focusing on is called time security. A lot of these, let's say, security mechanisms that we're using nowadays, they are attached, or they are, or let me like this. Time is very relevant when we are setting up, for example, any specific virtual systems. So if you don't have the time security well addressed, you may still have, for example, that a hacker or someone else can still hack your system. So that is why, to enhance the security system, we are working on not only on encryption, but also on some very time sensitive programs that need to be in place in order for us to secure the whole internet that we're using. So this is basically what we're doing with respect to our focus. Let me then now focus a bit on your specific question on what we have been doing with respect to COVID-19. If we look, for example, at the theme or the title of this particular session, it's very important. I think all of us, in one way or the other, we know what the definition is of internet governance. When we look at the definition of internet governance, we see some stakeholders, for example, governments, private sectors, civil society. When we first had the first definition of internet governance, we didn't have, or the focus was not on technical community and academia. But nowadays, these are also forming part of the definition of internet governance. And this is very important because, let me see, go to the next one. Okay, let me mention a bit more what Internet Society has been doing with respect to COVID-19. What we have been doing is to ensure that especially internet service providers can continue to operate, and also the internet exchange points. So we're not only promoting internet exchange points and working with ISPs, but we are providing them with equipment. We have several, let's say, IXPs that requested, let's say, assistance from us, technical assistance or equipment donation, that we did work with them and also provide them with some equipment. With respect to community networks, and this is much more applicable in South America, given that we don't have any community network operational in the Caribbean as yet. And we have been helping them with equipment as well to ensure that they can continue to maintain their infrastructure up and running. And of course, we have been engaged with all kinds of Caribbean organizations, in this particular case with Canto. Canto has a very specific working group dealing with natural disasters, of which we have been contributing with them. With CaribNOC, as Bevel Wooding also mentioned a while ago, we have been working with them in that regard as well. With CITEL in the wider Caribbean and Latin America, also providing giving some presentations. And one of the things that we have also been doing is to explain or contradict a lot of myths that we are seeing out there with respect to the internet. And I will mention a few of them. So we spend a lot of time, we have been spending a lot of time focusing, educating people, explaining them how the internet works, and in order for them to understand what are myths and what are realities. So when we look at the impact of COVID-19 on Caribbean stakeholders, I think it's very important for us to divide this in a few areas. Remember, when we're talking about internet governance, we are looking at 7 areas, basically. We are looking at security, we are looking at technical aspect, legal, economic development, social, cultural, and human rights. So all the discussions that we're having with respect to internet governance, we can divide them in one of these areas. And with respect to the stakeholders, then we have, on the other hand, we have the governments, we have the private sector, civil society, technical community, and academia. So when we're looking at the impact of COVID-19 on Caribbean stakeholders, and this is something, I've done it myself, so I'm still trying to improve it, but it can help us to, when we are developing some strategies, we can use this as a point of departure, because then you can say, okay, when it comes to government, this is a strategy that I should apply, that I should use. When it comes to technical community, this is a strategy that I should use. So I've tried to put something, to make something visual in order for us to focus and to know exactly how we should be dealing with the challenges that we are facing with respect to COVID-19. So feel free to give me, let's say, some suggestions in order for us to enhance it and make it much more better. But let me try to explain it a bit. For example, if you look at governments, and let's focus now a bit on the Caribbean, if you look at the security challenges that they have been facing, that's big, that's very big, because most of our governments, we don't have, let's say, really online platforms or e-government, let's say, platforms. So suddenly they had to deal with a lot of challenges. They had to move everything to online to continue to give service to the community. So with respect to security, the impact has been very big for governments. If you look, for example, I skip a few of them, but you can understand where I'm heading.
Yes, because we are running a bit behind. Yeah, so, yes, so summarize it.
Yes. So if you look, for example, at the economic impact, of course, this has been very, very big. if you look at the private sector, for example, then we can divide them in different, let's say, businesses. If you look, for example, at the tourism industry, when it, for what relates, for example, to security issues, if they have been using online platforms for, as they say in Trinidad and Tobago, for donkey years, then that should not be a problem because you are already acquainted with online systems. But if you don't have this, then that's a challenge. So that's the way how we should look at this thing. And when we map all this, then we know specifically how to deal with all the challenges. So this is the last thing that I have. So if you look at the myths and realities that we have to contradict, I'm not going to focus on all of them, but the first one that we have had is with respect to what is going to happen with the internet. So the internet is going to break because everybody is online now. So what's going to happen with the internet? So we had to explain to people how the internet functions and to explain to them based on the TCP protocol, which is very robust, nothing is going to happen. So I have the other ones listed here as well. Let me just mention the last one. For example, people were saying it's better to use SMS than to use WhatsApp, for example. But when you use SMS, normally speaking, you have to pay the operator, you know, and if you are just on a Wi-Fi, whatever, you don't have to pay. So all these kind of things, we had to explain people in details in order for them to understand what are myths and what are reality. But in conclusion, one thing is sure, the internet didn't break and it's performing as expected. So I think the engineers back then, when they developed this whole thing, the TCP protocol, they did an excellent job. And that's basically what we continue to promote. That's it from my end. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Shannon. Trying to present a framework there. Probably we could explore that a little bit more later on or in another session, as the case might be. Or maybe you could share it, but that maybe people can comment on. I'll call now our last speaker, Mr. Kevin Swift from LACNIC, to give his remarks. Kevin?
Thank you very much, Nigel. And of course, it's always a blessing and a curse to be the last speaker in a panel. Wonderful points and wonderful views that have already been shared. So my job is almost complete in that sense. I'll try to again come back on schedule in terms of time. I just wanted to recall the sentiment that we had at LACNIC at the start of this pandemic. On the 15th of March, we were scheduled to have an all-staff retreat where all of our workers, we have many remote workers from Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, going right down through the various parts of Argentina. We were expected to meet on the 15th. On the 11th, the announcement that we were in a global pandemic happened. On the 13th, all of our plans were canceled. And not only at our organization, but probably across all of the Americas, it would seem as if 10 years of discussion on transformation and plans, and even our very strategic plans that we intended to implement this year, had suddenly been condensed into 4 months of just trying to implement various solutions, including remote working for employees and how we can continue to provide secure, reliable, and resilient services for all of our members. The same question that Bevel spoke about is the same question that we spoke about with our members. Infrastructure. Can the current infrastructure support the increased demand for internet services, but not only in terms of availability, but also in terms of quality? And what do we need to do to meet those attendant issues? I would say that, interestingly, in terms of the demand for internet numbers, there hadn't been much impact to that, insofar that there's probably a momentary pause as organizations grappled with other issues for this pivot. However, the internet numbers, the demands for IPv4, IPv6, and especially our projections for the depletion of IPv4 went exactly as scheduled. So as Albert and others would have said, it would seem as if it's almost business as usual but with different little things happening in the background for those who are not necessarily in the know. In terms of some trends, of course, the uptick on the usage of technological services occurred. From our CSIRT, we had reported that there had been a severe increase in fraudulent emails and also in phishing attacks. But interestingly, when it came to the issue of route hijacking within the LACNIC area, we had seen that compared to 2019, there had been actually a decrease of route hijacking. And that decrease of route hijacking could be attributed to one thing, meaning, well, a few things. One of which would have been a compendium of best practices that we had been collating and disseminating since 2019. But also we have two key initiatives that work on various technical issues per se. One of those initiatives I will talk about is the FORT project. The FORT project is a collaboration that LACNIC has with Mexico that deals with shoring up the resilience, security, and stability of routes. And with the FORT project, a key component of that is something called a FORT validator, which deals with the implementation of an RPKI relaying party. And it's something that we invite all of the organizations across the LACNIC region to download and implement. I won't go into it very much because it's a lot of technical details, but of course, if anyone is interested, feel free to contact me for details on the FORT project. The other one, which coincidentally was not specific to COVID, but got an opportunity because of COVID, is the IPv6 challenge. This year brings in the 8th edition of our IPv6 challenge, and our IPv6 challenge is really trying to recognize and award organizations for successful IPv6 deployment. What is required? We ask that these organizations submit documentation on 2 specific IPv6 related issues, and some of those issues, we have an entire list, but I'll give you a few to have in mind what they are. They include IPv6 in residential networks and their support for telecommuting, questions on measurements, deployment, case studies, and the like. So participating organizations are requested to submit 2 pieces of documentation on those issues as it pertains to their organization. And of course, we publicly reward the participating organizations. There's a first and second place that is structured for this competition. There's what you call the moral or the moral reward among our community for having done a significant step in IPv6 deployment, but we also have a material reward as well that is included. Some of those material rewards include places at our online courses, and in the past we could have spoken about different types of fellowships and scholarships that attend the LACNIC meetings. Of course, all of these things are now online. I think with that, I would probably just wrap up with the, because I know we are running out of time, but
yes, we are.
That's in a nutshell is exactly what I would say theme from all of this.
Yes. All right, thank you. I've been looking at some of the questions and stuff coming in, and I've noted that some responses have been typed in. I'm hoping that we have it set up such that all our attendees can see the responses to the questions. A couple kind of left over here, and if I probably could take an interesting looking one. We talked about the networks having stood up well to impacts from COVID-19 and so on. But Deidre Williams from St. Lucia's asks, saying, no one has addressed the current vulnerability of the whole internet. Meaning, I think she's relating to possible fragmentation, which seems to have been precipitated by COVID-19 and a shift in attitude between the US and China. She's saying, thinking that we need to be prepared for a situation in which we are forced to choose sides. If anyone has any concerns or comments about this particular situation.
Nigel, perhaps I can make a quick comment on this one and then allow others to comment as well. I think this is part of the reason now that the rubber is touching the road. This is the real reason why we as a Caribbean need to feature in the discussions that are ongoing at a global level, because it is in these global discussions that we end up with policies that result in the type of internet we are going to use. Our inputs at ICANN, our inputs at ISOC, LACNIC, ARIN, are inputs that will shape what happens globally with the internet. So we really need to make the effort to be involved in the discussions, participate first of all, so that we can understand the issues clearly, so that before we open our mouths to speak, we are familiar with the issues and familiar with what impacts these issues. And we need to get more persons from different sectors, business, banking, law, civil society involved, so that we get a broad diversity of views into the resultant policies. So we really need to participate so that we can have an impact on the kind of internet that we end up with.
Thanks. Any others want to say anything on that? All right, maybe Albert, you hit the nail on the head as far as the others are concerned. There was a specific question I saw to Shannon asking about how ISOC could support capacity building at the national levels. I don't know if you mentioned some of the programs of ISOC, Shannon. I don't know if there's anything specific you.
Okay, basically, okay, on a national level, we do have, let's say, our chapters that we normally work with.
Yeah.
So they are our voice, our local voice. But given that the focus was more on the pandemic, that is why I did focus more on what we have been doing to help operators, IXPs,
Right.
to move on. So that is why I didn't focus much on chapters in this regard. But
Right.
yes, of course, we do have chapters, and they are helping us to get the message conveyed to the local level. Because we have been discussing this, Nigel, yourself, with me, and also with the previous Secretary General. At the end of the day, we attend all these global IGFs, but if we don't do anything on the national level, nothing will happen. So you need to have people who are very passionate on the local level to get things done. And we are aware of that. And that is why we are working with, let's say, with chapters and also with others who are passionate about the work of the internet to get the message.
Right.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Shannon. I think I will leave it there and give us at least a 10-minute break to refresh ourselves. I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Albert, Shannon, Nacho, Bevel, Kevin, for these insights. I think it gets us off to a good start with respect to the discussions at the 16th CIGF. Good morning again, and welcome back to our next session. Excellent. So I would like to introduce Mr. David Smith, who is the representative of the Barbados IGF, and he will give us a report on some of their activities, well, in the last, within the last year. So David, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Let me just share my screen. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can. We're seeing it.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just want to give you a short report on the activities over the last year, but most importantly, the 2019 Barbados Internet Governance Forum. It took a slightly different format. The IGF itself was the same, but we combined it last year with some other fairly important, some other fairly important activities that we called Smart Barbados Week 2019. Smart Barbados Week was an attempt to start to sort of drive a national digital agenda for the country. So what happened was we combined the IGF with, we got together the Internet chapter of the Barbados Society, the Barbados chapter of the Internet Society, got together with some other key stakeholders, namely the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Barbados International Business Association, came together to host Smart Barbados Week last year from October 1st to 4th. And it was meant to be a 4-day national symposium on innovation and digital transformation. There were 3 key goals that we wanted to sort of establish and use the symposium for. That was to define what it would mean for Barbados to be a smart nation, identify some strategies and actions necessary to get there, and to build a national consensus necessary to start driving the effort. The Smart Barbados Week comprised of 4 key events. The Smart Barbados Week conference itself, which was a 2-day conference on October 1st and 2nd, a digital technologies workshop on October 3rd, the Barbados Internet Governance Forum on October 4th, and a Smart Barbados Week Expo that ran in parallel to the other 3 events. I'm going to now sort of move specifically into the 2019 Internet Governance Forum. And because of the way we constructed Smart Barbados Week, we wanted to be sure that the, that the Internet Governance Forum provided unique value and unique benefits and wasn't sort of lost in the shuffle of the events of the week. So some of the things that we ensured was, 1, the IGF was free to the public, whereas the other events of the week, you essentially had to pay to participate. That was important to us because in wanting to get feedback and the voice of all stakeholders and all citizens, it was important that we didn't only get the voice of those who could afford to attend, but we needed to be able to hear from everyone. So we insisted that the IGF, as always, remain free. We also made sure that the IGF was sort of like highly focused around issues of development and inclusion and protection of the citizens who will ultimately be the ones to contribute to and benefit from this digital transformation exercise. So the format of the IGF consisted of an early morning plenary that were introductory remarks, basically similar to the CIGF, introductory remarks about ISOC and the IGF. And then we had a presentation by the 3 winning teams of the Caribbean Girls Hackathon, the Barbados leg of it. ISOC Barbados had actually partnered with Caribbean Girls Hack to facilitate the Barbados leg of the Caribbean Girls Hackathon. So as a result of which, the winning teams, we allowed them to sort of present their solutions at the IGF, and that was very well received. After that, we had parallel tracks running for most of the rest of the day, and then an evening wrap up. And we'll sort of, there's a video at the end that sort of shows basically a bit of the discussions from what happened in the various discussion sessions. So we had 5 key takeaways from the IGF. 1, coming out of the discussions, it was recognized that we need an inclusive approach to digital transformation, specifically a whole of society approach. Every stakeholder community needs to be engaged. We also recognize that solutions need to be people-centric, and people made the point was continually made that we need to start from people and not from tech. And that also feeds into the next point, that we, the tech community, should specifically seek out input from non-tech persons in order to create the best possible solutions for everyone. Also, it was also pointed out that we cannot move forward in an online-only posture because there are still persons who don't have access to the internet and its services. So to move to an online-only posture would leave those people as truly second-class citizens, which isn't acceptable. The next need we recognize is to improve digital literacy across all levels of society. We had several discussions in which parents spoke about the need to be given tools and training to allow them to monitor and manage their children's internet and smart device usage. We had educators speaking about the need to be taught how to redesign their own training courses so that they, in conducting online education, they aren't simply duplicating chalkboard, the previous chalkboard metaphor. And we spoke about best practices in how we can take the information that comes from the best teachers who've adapted, and how we can sort of start moving that into the broader teaching space, so all of the teachers are benefiting from that knowledge. Also, we mentioned specifically senior citizens who are not used to thinking and acting digitally first, in order to get them the training that enables them to leverage the online platforms that are rapidly becoming available. We also spoke about the need to maintain up-to-date legislation. The laws governing the digital space, such as the recently passed Data Protection Act, need to be responsive because of the speed of evolution of the space. The public needs to be further educated on what rights they have and what their responsibilities are with respect to the digital space and the laws governing them. And then we need to put mechanisms in place to allow rapid enacting and refinement of those laws as the space continues to evolve. The fourth key takeaway is a need to reimagine education. The education system itself needs to be reimagined in order to create lifelong learners, entrepreneurs, and content creators who use all of the tools we have at our disposal. It was recognized that culturally, we tend to very much in Barbados, I can't speak for the rest of the Caribbean, but very much in Barbados, tend to be content consumers. And we needed to start looking at how we can use the tools and the lower barriers to entry to start becoming content creators and monetizing the content we make. This requirement is going to continue as AI and automation starts to reduce the amount of easily repeatable work. So traditional jobs become sort of phased out and new jobs start to come on stream. And it was very much borne out by the presentation from the Caribbean Girls Hackathon participants that given the right technology, entrepreneurial training, and some exposure to the right opportunities, that they could very quickly prototype solutions. And their challenge was solutions specifically that address gender-based violence. But the girls, and they were secondary school students, they did very good jobs in terms of creating prototypes for possible solutions to help address those. The fifth, and final key takeaway, and this was sort of like a lesson learned, is the power of collaboration. I thought Barbados could never put together Smart Barbados Week or the IGF of that scale on our own. And it was key for us. One of the key learnings is that the different stakeholders have different audiences with whom they already have influence and whom they can bring into the dialogue. And we included stakeholders as, was indicated this morning, representing the government, the private sector, and civil society. We also had panel discussions that also included technical persons. We also included academia, as was suggested. So we were able to get a very sort of a rich series of discussions with diverse perspectives. And then finally, the collaboration for the event could be used as a basis for future collaboration to execute initiatives arising from it. So what I would like to do now is just show you a short video that sort of shows some clips from some of the different discussions and gives you an idea of what happened.
I think one of the things that we are most wanting to do through the Caribbean Girls Hack is to really inspire girls to pursue careers and studies in tech, so that we begin to create a robust ecosystem of women in tech.
Everybody thinks that technology is mostly held by men, which it is. So it was very eye-opening to see that how many women were really involved in it, but people still see it as a male industry, and to see just that females can do the same exact thing, and if anything we could do it better.
We now live in an era where data is far more important than it's ever been.
Yes.
In large part, most of the services we use and partake of and derive value from, they're data driven. And so with that in mind, and with the market going behind data and looking for ways to make use of and to provide services and so on, it's far more important now to offer some amount of protection to the persons that the data relates to.
Yes, even though the act is there, it is not enough for us as individuals to just say, okay, the legislation is there. Much of it lies on us, the individual, because the data actually belongs to us. And we need to remember that we have responsibilities where our information is concerned.
That instead of schools and individual teachers and these wonderful stars of teachers who are doing great things with technology, we need to pull them together and change the paradigm shift across the whole of Barbados.
So in the UK, this is what's happening. You have students who have now leapfrogged the tech capability of teachers in schools. And what's happening is it's now, in their minds, making education redundant. And I would like Barbados not to fall into that trap.
When people think of a future, they think of one that's ruled by AI, and it doesn't have to be like that. Has been so easily perpetuated by popular culture and the mass media, but it doesn't have to be like that.
When we talk about this access to the internet, one of our focus is to find out why the internet is important to all of us. Why is it important? Because it is bringing opportunities. It is bringing change.
So that was basically a sort of explanation of what happened at the Internet Governance Forum itself. Coming out of that, there have been several sort of engagements between the government and various civil society stakeholder groups, as well as the private sector and various consulting organizations to start driving the digital transformation process forward. And we look forward to reporting on further progress as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I saw a question come in asking about if you had planned a date as yet for 2020. Did I miss that, or do you have any comment on that?
We have not planned a date for 2020. Obviously, the nature of the pandemic has made sort of in-person gathering, virtually impossible, and a virtual IGF, we're sort of like not really certain how we would make that work, especially given how last year's IGF was incorporated into Smart Barbados Week. So we may end up sort of pushing it back until 2021 and having another Smart Barbados Week in 2021 with the IGF as part of it.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll have a further Q&A session later on in this session just before lunch. So if there anything else comes up, you can comment at that point.
Certainly. Thank you.
I don't think we'll have an update from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but the Trinidad and Tobago IGF has provided a video for us that encapsulates their event from 2020. It was held, I think, probably like the 31st of January 2020. And that would probably have been their third edition, but I think all will be told in the video. So Shanae, if you can have it now, please, if you could run it.
Hi, this is Dev Gosine welcoming you to the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum 2020. This Internet Governance Forum is hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. The theme of this year's IGF is The Internet and You, Ensuring the Internet's Future. This year, the forum was held on the 31st of January 2020 at the Naparima College Auditorium in San Fernando, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcoming you and bringing opening remarks is our very own chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, Ajmal Nazir. He mentioned that our first IGF was in 2016. At this IGF, we have support from local, regional, and international communities, for which we are extremely grateful. We have given much importance to educate our local markets. All deliberations of previous and this IGF would contribute and have contributed to the discussions of the regional and global IGFs. The next person to bring greetings via a video message was Vint Cerf. Vint prides himself as being the chief internet evangelist. He questioned, how well are we keeping our data secure regardless of where it is being stored? He also questioned, how do we protect ourselves online? He commented on the abundance of misinformation and disinformation proliferating the internet. He suggested the greater need for critical thinking to sift the truth from an environment of misinformation and disinformation. Again, bringing us greetings via a video message was Henriette Esther Hobson. Henriette Esther Hobson is the chair of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. She has recently been elected. This actually is her first address as the IGF MAG chair. And she mentioned that IGFs must be committed to inclusion. IGFs provide an opportunity for persons with different experiences to work together to find solutions. She challenged the TTIGF to be a beacon to the small island states in the region to address issues such as natural disasters and the use of digital technology in sustaining economic development. She said there were 3 tracks to the 2020 Global IGF, such as data, inclusion, and trust. 2 new issues emerging as important priorities are climate change sustainability and the digital economy, how its implementation is affecting the workplace. Bringing greetings, again via a video message, was the Senator, the Honorable Alison West, Minister of Public Administration. The Honorable Minister mentioned that there's a National Development Plan 2030, which addresses ICT in the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Her mandate is to drive ICT development, modernize and transform the public service, and amplify the use of digital governance. There's a present tendency for inward spending. However, there should now be a focus on citizen spending so that the services are made easier and more efficient for citizens and businesses. There is now a trust for greater digital penetration. We now move into the panel sessions, and our first panel is Fake News and its Impact on You. Our expert panelists include Mark Lindesay, editor, Tech News TT, and opinion leader, columnist from the Newsday, one of our local newspapers. We have Sergeant Daniel Hernandez, head of Cyber and Social Media Unit, Trinidad and Tobago Police Services. We have also Asha Javid, Senior Multimedia Investigative Journalist from the Caribbean Communications Network, CCN. Also is well-known Shernan Osepa, Manager, Regional Affairs for Latin America and the Caribbean Bureau of the Internet Society, ISOC. And our moderator is our very own from the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, Director Anita Sohan. And of course, this is a photo of our first panel in session at the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. I must say it was a very interesting and informative panel. These are some of the takeaways from fake news and its impact on you. Is fake news false, inaccurate, or misleading information? Is there a deliberate purpose or agenda behind the fake news? Bloggers may quote unverified information and is interpreted by the audience as true. Most popular fake news stories were widely shared on Facebook rather than mainstream news sources. Statistics show that 62% of adults in the US get their news from social media. It is evident that many persons use social media as their prime source for news. People believe what they read because they do not critically assess or fact check. Avoid fake news by using trusted sources. Fake news is never given the opportunity to get cleaned up. The internet should not be penalized for fake news. Should there be a regulatory body to oversee press coverage? Freedom of press versus personal privacy. Are there boundaries to freedom of press and or freedom of expression? This was pursued by Damian Tambini. We now move to the youth-led collaborative workshop. This was particularly interesting. The format of this session was that when the youngsters entered the auditorium, each one of them were given a little slip with a particular color. And each color, as we're seeing here, is associated with a particular topic. So white, for example, was the good, the bad, and the potential of online communities. Blue was big tech. Yellow was internet pollution. Green was encrypting data. Pink was IT for clean energy. And lastly, purple was social media and the EU. So the entire group, everyone, not just the youth, every single member who participated at the IGF were separated into groups. And here we have some images of the various groups. This here was group 1. And here we would have group 2.
Is it stuck? Oh.
And this would have been group 3. And this would be group 4. And this would be group 5. And last, but certainly not least, group 6. So what will happen is that after they deliberated on their topic, they will then have to do a presentation as seen in this particular photo. So usually members, each of the team leaders of the particular group, an assigned, well, actually an elected, nominated, volunteered team leader will then do a presentation on their particular group. Of course, while one of the members are presenting the others are waiting for their presentation. After all the presentations that were made, a very exhaustive document was then produced, a report on the Youth Collaborative Exchange, the future of the Internet. This is very commendable by the youth, and I'll just quickly scan through some of the stuff that was done here without actually going through the process of reading any of the things. We have the topics. Topic 1, I won't go through any of the deliberations or any of the findings. Topic 5, 6, Internet and pollution. It's not in any order. It's, I guess, how they presented. Encrypted data. We actually have their notes and so on. Details on this document could actually be found at the site, TTIGF-youth. So it's a very exhaustive document, and the participation by the youth is extremely commendable. I think, like I said, this was definitely one of the highlights of the IGF. Having the youth involved and their level of participation was really, really tremendous. Our third and final panel or session for the day was data hosting. Should it be done locally or internationally? Our expert panelists include Ian Galt, General Manager, Enterprise Services of Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Darren Mohammed, Corporate Business Manager for Caribbean and Country Representative, Microsoft Trinidad, Keenan Singh, Chief Executive Officer of Airlink Communication Limited, and our very own George Gobin, who is a Director of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and George will be the moderator for this particular session. And this is the panel as they were in full session on that day. And these are some of the takeaways from their discussion. Industry has moved from central localized hosting to cloud hosting. Data residency is no longer an issue. Classified data should, however, be locally hosted. There is a need to engage the youth in this activity to prevent a brain drain. Local hosting can be billed in local currency. International hosting can provide a more cost-effective service. International hosting is more capable in data security and meeting international standards.
We cannot overemphasize the multi-stakeholder aspect of the Trinidad and Tobago IGF. This is very important, and it stemmed from the whole formation of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee, because it's always better when you have a diversity of views contributing to discussions. You have representatives from government, you have representatives from business, you have representatives from the academic community, from end users, from the technical community. When you have all of these players in the room, whatever decision or policy position you end up with has far more legitimacy if one of these players was excluded. So the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum is a very important activity, particularly from the perspective of multi-stakeholderism and inclusion of diverse perspectives and diverse backgrounds and views.
Yes, I agree with Albert. And if you just take a look, for example, at the internet itself, it all started with collaboration. So the model that we're using nowadays is all about collaboration. And I think we should use that same model to make, for example, things better in our own communities as well.
Okay, and I see I'm getting a very hard look, a stern look from Tracy. So we really want to thank our viewers for this opportunity of listening to what we had to say. But congratulations, Tracy. Congratulations, TT Mag, for this very important event.
Again, it has been a pleasure, honor to be in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Let me take this opportunity to invite you all to our Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum 2021, which will be held on Friday, the 29th of January, 2021. Thank you all very much for viewing.
Thank you very much, Shanae. I guess quite a detailed and comprehensive report there on the IGF, but I think we're okay because we won't have a similar report from St. Vincent and the Grenadines available right now. So I think the time was well spent. What struck me from that, in fact, was some of the comments coming from the UN MAG chair and the Minister of Public Administration from Trinidad and Tobago about ICT and what a difference a month makes, because as I'm sure you will hear shortly from the UN IGF Secretariat with respect to their plans for this year's IGF, you know, it's chalk and cheese between what was expected in January and what is being planned now. And similarly for the Trinidad and Tobago minister's comment, there has been a sea change in terms of the speed that is envisaged for digital transformation, I should say, certainly in the government service in Trinidad and Tobago. So we are seeing that this gives a graphic representation of the impact of COVID-19 on the world in just one fell swoop. Coming out of this TTIGF, I think the youth-led collaborative workshop was a nice touch, and hopefully our session this afternoon could be a good beginning for youth input in the whole Internet Governance Forum processes. Data hosting was one of the things that they looked at, and we should have a couple sessions where that issue is discussed in this IGF over the next couple of days as well. So thanks to the TTIGF for this video, and I think it's unfortunate though that I don't think we have a representative of theirs signed in as to take any questions, but we'll try to get any required answers before our 16th IGF is done. And in fact, we could also invite them back to the open mic session on Friday. So we'll move on with the reports then. And I'll invite now Mr. Kevon Swift from LACNIC. He's going to give us an update on the LAC IGF plan or activities and plans for 2020. Kevon, are you there?
Yes, Nigel, I'm here.
Okay.
So again, thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm just sharing my presentation at this point. And also let me turn on my camera. Good morning once again to everyone.
Yes.
And be giving you the update on the LAC IGF process. The last event was LAC IGF 12, which took place last year from the 6th to the 8th of August in La Paz, Bolivia. And of course, many of you may be wondering, why is LACNIC giving the report on LAC IGF? LACNIC has served as the secretariat to the LAC IGF process since its inception in 2008. And interestingly enough, this is the last year that we will serve as a secretariat. We have a plan to completely devolve this function from our registry, and therefore we will remain just as an ordinary member within the process. My update today will focus on two things. I'm looking at the thematic discussions that occurred under LAC IGF 12, and also I'll talk a bit about the LAC IGF analytical review, which has been taking place, and I'll give you a status update as to where we are on that front. When it comes to LAC IGF itself, for those of you who are new to the internet governance world, LAC IGF started as the primary discussion place, or space rather, for regional internet governance exchanges since 2008. At that time, it was constituted as a regional preparatory meeting for the global IGF that was expected to take place in Hyderabad, India in December of 2008. But since then, it has taken much more of a self-appropriated, self-serving form, in that it is the key space where internet governance discussions occur within Latin America and the Caribbean, outside of the mandates of established regional actors. So for instance, we did have a successful meshing of the LAC-IGF process along with the ELAC process back in 2016. And for those of you who may not be aware, ELAC is the UN ECLAC-driven process for aligning digital strategy and implementation of digital strategy by governments across Latin America and the Caribbean. We also had a successful collaboration with the Caribbean IGF here in Trinidad and Tobago in 2011. And it's always has been an experience that LAC-IGF has wished to repeat in some form or the other. The LAC-IGF as well has a constituted steering committee, what would be the equivalent of the multi-stakeholder advisory group at the UN level. We just call it a multi-stakeholder steering committee, comprised of 4 stakeholder groupings: academia, the technical community, governments, and civil society. And an interesting fact is that each of these communities are responsible for their own information dissemination, their own selection of representatives for the stakeholder grouping, and for the own cycling and self-management. The LAC-IGF steering committee, the LAC-IGF secretariat doesn't get involved in that level of management. And of course, the LAC-IGF is known for its open process. There are open calls for hosting the LAC-IGF process. There are open calls for members of the steering committee, or at least a reminder to everyone that the time limits or term limits for a member are up. And of course, there's always a call for issues that occur every year around the months of February and March, issues that would then be made into various types of sessions for the actual face-to-face event. Well, face-to-face is something that we all have to contend with what the alternative would be from here on forward. So going straight into LAC-IGF 12, I'm just going to give you a summary of what the thematic discussions touched on. We had sessions dealing with human rights, freedom of expression on the internet, surveillance technologies in Latin America and Caribbean, the progress and challenges of the NRIs. The NRIs are the national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGF initiatives across the region, across the world, I should say. The future of internet governance, and as a presentation on the analytical review of the LAC-IGF. We also spoke about digitalization and productive transformation, internet access, not only just accessing the internet, but quality issues, especially in a short-term dispensation. This was probably, in hindsight, forewarning of the global pandemic. We also spoke about internet and jurisdiction, and this was really a government-led space, talking about the importance of protecting rights in public and private spheres, protection of encryption and its rights for safe internet communications. Of course, protecting encryption is a human rights issue. And on the day 3, we spoke about cooperative approaches for internet security, the ethos of having robust security online in cyberspace is that we need collaborative and cooperative approaches. And of course, a security system is as strong as its weakest link. So that will include, to a great extent, a level of sensitization and capacity building among end users. We spoke about cyber events and cybersecurity, the impact of multi-stakeholder approaches in the Bolivian internet governance space. So this was important as host country. It was very useful for us to understand what internet governance meant for Bolivia. One of the things that you would know if you were following internet governance spaces across the world is that there's no one-size-fits-all multi-stakeholder approach. Multi-stakeholder approaches in general have very different features as you go from space to space. And in a number of studies captured on the NRIs within Latin America and the Caribbean, we have come up with, or we can see, I should say, about 3 different types of multi-stakeholder spaces, 3 different ends that they meet. The primary one being sensitization, of course, but there's also multi-stakeholder spaces that treat more with more democratic process in the formulation of digital policy, and then last but not least, multi-stakeholder spaces that are part and key of solutions and policy options when it comes to implementing such solutions for identified problems and issues. And last but not least, automated decision-making and artificial intelligence. So whereas you have as a global trend, the deployment of artificial intelligence, there is a lot of talk as to what extent does that automated decision-taking happen. And of course, you want to limit it for ethical questions, questions on life and death of people. So seeing how prepared the region is on that front was a discussion that was necessary to have, because there hasn't been that much discussion about artificial intelligence at all within Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would just like to go back a bit into the first session, just to give you an idea as to what some of the crux of some of these debates were. So the freedom of expression session really dealt with matters of government-driven regulation versus other governance approaches, including self-regulation, community approaches, private ordering by private entities, and these rules that will ensure that end users, citizens, do enjoy at all times the ability to express themselves freely. The synopsis of that debate is that sometimes governments are not in the know to fully protect these rights without bringing some sort of unanticipated harm to the technical underpinnings of the internet. Hence, it's really a question of taking a measured approach as to how you protect citizens' rights and their right to express themselves freely on the internet. So that's just a synopsis as to the flavor or the details, the ins and outs of some of the debates that we saw in the LAC-IGF last year. These are all available, meaning the recordings and the reports, on the LAC-IGF website, lacigf.org, and it's free for you to consult at any point in time. But if you have any one-on-one questions as it pertains to the topics that I just presented, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to spend the rest of this presentation time talking about the LAC-IGF analytical review, because this is an important endeavor within this region. It's an analytical review that also takes into consideration the work that had been taking place at the global level in terms of the recommendations of the high-level panel on digital cooperation, which is a UN-established panel comprising many actors from around the world on how to further the work of the Internet Governance Forum. It was led, for instance, by Dr. Jovan Kubalia of the Diplo Foundation. You had Bill and Melinda Gates. You had a lot of prominent actors that were involved in that body of work. And of course, they came up with a number of recommendations to be implemented in what would be an IGF Plus dispensation. But I won't talk too much about that because I know right after me, Mr. Shengetai Sangome actually touched more on those issues. So back to the analytical review. We undertook this analytical review. This was specifically done by Raul Echeverria in his in a capacity as a consultant, where he was able to achieve 157 interviews using an open-ended question format on observations about the LAC-IGF in the past, taking stock of what the LAC-IGF has achieved in the past and what is yet to be achieved. And based on his study, he came up with a number of improvements in 6 categories that we're going to look at briefly. These 6 categories include participation, content, format, structure, intersessional work, and financing. When it came to participation, the majority of respondents felt that more dissemination on the activities of the LAC-IGF was required. For the most part, dissemination occurs via a number of mailing lists associated with the LAC-IGF and also through some of the collaborating entities such as LACNIC, but there needed to be a boost in the dissemination of information surrounding LAC-IGF. When it came to the specific events, the community responded that they wanted to have earlier notice of the details of the agenda, the speakers, etc. There's also a call for an enhanced collaborative spirit among actors involved in the LAC-IGF process. Formal communication to governments through ministries of foreign affairs, which was one of the things that had not been consistent. That vehicle was employed in 2016 for the experience of matching LAC-IGF along with the ELAC process. But outside of that 2016 experience, a lot of government representatives have been involved by their own volition, which, as we are well aware, does not necessarily work in that way across governments, especially depending on their familiarity with the issues and their willingness to have dedicated representation at these various spaces. And the community also outlined the need for more high-level governmental meetings along with the LAC-IGF. On the content front, the community had asked for more concise agenda setting, as opposed to just a hodgepodge of issues. Maybe the approach would be to probably just choose 2 or 3 of those issues and work more detailed on such issues. Greater recognition of the region's diversity. And we could well appreciate in the Caribbean that sometimes the question of diversity, when we say Latin America and Caribbean, isn't sometimes present, but that diversity also extends to Latin America, where within Latin America, Central America has very distinct features to the Andean community, to Mercosur, or the South Cone, and other areas. There was also a call for, when we spoke about the issues, the call for issues, that those public consultations should be combined with consultations with prominent internet governance actors and also with the local IGFs. Local IGFs or local NRIs have been increasing steadily in terms of their emergence and their continued meetings since about 2015, thereabouts onwards. There was also a call that LAC-IGF produce more tangible outcomes. So for instance, there were suggestions that the discussions of LAC-IGF should be summarized, priorities identified, and when possible, group and align particular identities and action lines related to an issue. And also, the community felt that there shouldn't be a repetition of content and discussion. So that means, for instance, we shouldn't just have a discussion on human rights every time just for having its sake. It really should be more tangent on what is occurring at the bottom, what is occurring on the ground, and whether it's topical, whether it's feasible, whether it's applicable across the entire region. When it came to format, the community asked for more interactive and innovative spaces. So I think many of the participants at the LAC-IGF and probably also at the Global IGF are somewhat wary of the typical panel format. There had been a specific recommendation for more breakout groups, more town hall type formats. The community also called for less repetition of speakers and moderators, so less of the usual suspects, the familiar faces, and more of up-and-coming identities. I think Albert touched on that a bit earlier in the previous panel, talking about the wear out that you have from the Dave Anans and the Jacqueline Morrises, and ensuring that we have new faces come to the fore and take leadership positions at that place. And of course, enhanced transparency in selection of speakers and moderators is also cited as an issue to be worked on. When it came to intersessional work, there was a suggestion that we had more focused ongoing work on issues via virtual working groups. These working groups would be around thematic issues, enhanced communication with other forums and organizations, That could be akin probably to the idea of the corporation accelerator at the global level. So again, I'm assuming that Shangitai may address these things, but at the global level, some of the outcomes to be implemented include policy incubator, a corporation accelerator, an IGF hotline for NRIs to constitute their spaces. So the corporation accelerator is really about the issues that are raised within the LAC IGF, that those issues and their findings are brought at the helm of UN ECLAC or PAHO or any other, or CARICOM or any other of the regional organizations around. And also, there was a call for there to be an improvement in how we archive and how we document information at LAC IGF. When it came to structure, the ongoing recommendation was for a steering committee that would be empowered, that would have greater leadership and visibility. Right now, the members of the steering committee all participate on equal footing, and there's no chair within the steering committee. Everyone is on equal footing, and the secretariat simply provides an administrative service to them. But when it comes to steering committee issues, the recommendations also point towards there being clearly delineated roles and responsibilities and clarity in the eligibility criteria and processes. As I mentioned earlier, the stakeholder groups are actually self-managing, but it was felt that from a steering committee standpoint, a lot more of the institutionalization of the steering committee needed to occur. And that will also help in giving continuity to the steering committee's work as members leave and are replaced, etc. And again, the community had given significant support for there to be a dedicated steering committee created for the LAC IGF. As I mentioned earlier, LACNIC has served the role of the secretariat. Dedicated secretariat. LACNIC has served the role as a secretariat to the LAC IGF process since 2008, but it's really an extension of what LACNIC does within its own community of our event organization capacities, our web design capacities, our communications capacities, etc. So a call for a dedicated secretariat. And last but not least, the community reflected its validation of our financing model. The financing model behind the LAC IGF is a trust fund where various entities are called upon to remove any individual demarcators of their companies, of their brands, and to pool those funds where those funds will actually meet the needs of running the LAC IGF event. And well, on that front, the sub-point there is that depending on what these donors feel, if there is an interest in LAC IGF issues, there will be more donations. So instead of just setting a target to deal with a huge plurality of issues, the donations will be in tandem with the content to be addressed, and therefore smaller donations, smaller content, smaller event, larger donations, more content, greater event. And there's also a suggestion that that LAC IGF analyze complementary membership models. Where are we in that entire analytical review? Those results were presented to the entire community last year during LAC IGF 12. And at this point in time, both Raul Echeverria with Carolina Aguirre, another prominent name you may know, involved in IG matters across Latin America. She's also the convener of the IG diploma run at the University of Buenos Aires. They are actually in the process of seeing how these outcomes will be implemented specifically. And our update will be given at the next event, which is LAC IGF 13. LAC IGF 13 is carded to take place between the 8th and the 10th of September. For the first time ever, it's going to be an entirely online event. And I will encourage all of you to go to the LAC IGF website and register for LAC IGF 13. One of the features, as some of you may know, is that there is dedicated language support into English, Spanish, or Portuguese for everything. That's because it's based on a LACNIC platform, and even at LACNIC, we have dedicated language support for all of our activities from here onwards. And without further ado, that ends my LAC IGF report. So I'll be very keen to hear any questions or comments you may have. And if not, I'm always available.
Yes. Thank you very much, Kevin. Much appreciated. You've mentioned the dates for LAC IGF 13. So as I was saying earlier, we can't get together, but certainly the online modes has the potential for persons, a wider range of persons to participate. So I think that's very much encouraged. There is one thing you mentioned, I'll take the opportunity of moderating to ask right now. You said LACNIC is easing out of the role of secretariat. I wasn't quite clear who's moving in, if it's that committee that you talked about or what, or if that decided.
Right, so that is the exact idea. So LACNIC moves out. We institutionalize what a secretariat is expected to do, and that secretariat would be staffed with persons purely dedicated on LAC IGF. Outside of the actual events, that staff would work on coordinating the intersessional issues, and of course there would be attendant compensation and the like for that staff. But instead of it being an extension of what LACNIC does for the LACNIC events in its community, we have decided we're going to wash our hands. We think that it has definitely grown up.
Right.
This would be the 12th year that we would be providing secretarial services to LAC IGF. So as it becomes a teenager, it's time for it to spread its wings.
Yes, indeed. All right, thank you. Yes, that's a similar thought to what the CTU is trying to do with the Caribbean Internet Development Foundation. So we hope that we do see the stakeholders coming together to have a broader base of support for these type of efforts going forward. Okay, thank you very much. Let me move on to our last presenter for this session. And we are back to Mr. Chengetai Masango, who is the Program and Technology Manager of the UNIGF Secretariat. And he'll bring us up to date on the upcoming UNIGF and preparations and so on. Chengetai, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think I may disappoint Kevin a little bit because I'm not going to get into too much detail on everything that's been going on. Otherwise, we'll be here until next Tuesday. So I'll just use broad strokes. And then if you have any specific questions, of course, I am willing to answer those. So to start off with, let me just do a very quick recap of the IGF 2019, which was held in Berlin from the 25th to the 29th of November. And the overarching theme there was One World, One Net, One Vision. And this was the largest IGF that we've held, and I'll get into the stats a little bit later, but let me just go into the main themes. So we had 3 interlinked main themes, which was data governance, digital inclusion, safety, security, safety, stability, and resilience. And new to last year's IGF, we had support for the Global South. The German government very generously gave us $1 million US to be spent over 3 years to support the Global South, not just to attend IGF meetings, but also throughout the years. So last year, this year, not so much because it is the COVID-19, but next year as well, we are able to give small grants, around $6,000 to $10,000 to national and regional IGFs to help them with the finances to prepare their meetings. So we are very grateful for that, and I think it has helped a lot. This year, we're still able to do that, but it's a little bit more difficult now since most of the world cannot congregate into one area, and then giving support for online as far as internet costs are concerned, because I know in the Global South, internet costs can be very, very expensive. We're trying to find a mechanism to do that. In the UN, it hasn't been done as such, but for the IGF, we are pushing forward and we are establishing the ways that it's done. So it's going a little bit slowly, and hopefully we can help some people. We also had last year the parliamentarian track that concentrated on the legislative side, getting parliamentarians together. I think we had from 56 different countries, over 100 parliamentarians that came in, and we tried to sensitize them. Internet governance issues and how to make those good policy instruments. And also sustainability. Now for just a quick look at the statistics. We had over 200 sessions. We had 3,679 on-site participants and about 2,152 online participants. We had 42% of the delegates that were female, and we are trying to inch to 50%. This year was actually a landmark. We're talking about 2020, where we had 50% of the workshop proposals being submitted by females. So we have gender parity as far as the workshop proposal process is concerned, and that's very good. And also, if you will note that our MAG, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, there is also gender parity there. So gender parity is very, very important. We had 64 workshops, 36 open forums, 4 best practice forum sessions, 14 dynamic coalitions. I won't go into them, but you can find all this information on our website where you can find them. And we had 6 national and regional and youth initiatives, collaborative sessions that the NRIs did, because we are trying to integrate more the national and regional initiatives into the global IGF so that they can take part in the discourse of the global IGF, because we feel that their unique experiences will, of course, enhance everybody's knowledge. We had 50 IGF village booths. So that's as far as the topics goes. And we also had, for our opening ceremony, we did have the UN Secretary General and Ms. Angela Merkel, the President of Germany, who opened up. And we are very grateful for them to come. I think the Secretary General also came in 2018, so his attention is very much appreciated. And he also spoke about the high-level panel on digital cooperation and also the roadmap that he was going to commission, and which he announced in June this year. Right. I think that's all I can say for the IGF 2019, except for the outputs. Now, for the outputs for the IGF 2019, we had, of course, the chairman's summary, which is our traditional document summarizing what went on in the meeting, and we had press highlights, and we had the Berlin IGF messages, where we asked every single session organizer to submit key messages or key takeaways from their session. So just one or two sentences that they think is the key takeaway from their session. So we compiled this, and we have also published this. Also, with the intersession activities for last year, we had the best practice forums, which we've also published. The host government did the Jimmy Schultz message from the parliamentarians. So they did publish a message and elements for small and medium enterprises dealing with the internet, and the high-level meeting summary. Of course, we also had the traditional IGF 2019 session reports, etc., which can be accessed on our website. And the Geneva Internet Platform, they've always been involved in every single IGF, either as the Geneva Internet Platform or as Diplo Foundation, and they do their own separate just-in-time reporting and daily briefs for every single day of the IGF meeting. And I think people do find them very useful, but of course, these aren't official from the UN, but they're still very relevant and very accurate as well. For these outputs, what we do within the UN family, we send them to UNESCO, we send them to the ITU. We ask, like UNESCO to put them into their libraries to make them accessible to people. We also send them to the OECD, to the Council of Europe and the European Union, so that they can distribute the outputs to their members. And I think, of course, this is very useful, and we will continue to do it this year as well. Now, as you know, for 2020, it was a little challenging for us, so to speak. We had started off very, very well. We have our chair, Ms. Henriette Esthuijsen. She's very good, and we were going on and very well. And then, of course, February and March came. And now we had to, in fact, change. Instead of having our annual meeting, which is supposed to be in Poland, now we're having it online as a virtual IGF 2020, but which is fine. I mean, the whole world had to change. And of course, we, of all the other UN secretariats or departments, I think we are the ones who are most able and are the quickest to be able to turn around and shift totally online, because as I mentioned before, all our previous IGFs, we had basically the same number of participants online as well as offline. So we could also leverage that experience and turn it online. So for this year, what we do have is that we do the main thematic tracks, which is data, environment, inclusion, and trust. We decided to make them one word, to make them a little bit more punchier. And I think they're all still very relevant now. Online trust, there's all these online trust issues. Sorry, I've got a visitor. That's what you get from working from home. Etc. that we have. And then we have our, so we're going to have it in two phases. So we have it in phase 1, which is 2 to 6th of November, and phase 2, which is 9 to 7th of November. And the main theme for the IGF 2020 is Internet for Human Resilience and Solidarity. And the, I don't know if you want to call it a motto, is virtually together, because as I said earlier on in another meeting, we are virtually together. I mean, we may have to physically distance ourselves, but we can still remain social on the internet. And I think the internet is the great savior for this period in time and this tiring time with which we have to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and the ways to deal with it. let me just go on to the structure of this meeting. Now, for the structure for the IGF 2020, we are going to have in phase one, as I mentioned, we're going to have the normal day zero events. We're going to have the thematic introductory sessions, which I mentioned again, data, environment, inclusion, and trust. So this is just to introduce to people, to have them a grounding to see what all of these sessions and what these streams are. And then we have the traditional newcomer session so that we can tell newcomers what the IGF is all about and the structure. We have our DC and NRI sessions, open forums, and in this period, as we traditionally do, we do the testing as well. So by the time phase two comes up, we would have ironed out any of the issues that we are going to have. And we're also going to have the networking sessions, and the IGF Village is going to be online. We have produced something very nice so people can go around and browse around for and see organizations, internet governance related activities. And I'm also looking forward to that. Now with phase two, we have the opening and closing, which is the traditional opening and closing. And we have, of course, our main sessions and the workshops, over 200 workshops, and we have the high-level track. And we are going to continue with the parliamentary session and have more networking sessions as well. Now, the high-level leaders track will engage leaders from all disciplines on the role of internet governance in the time of uncertainty. So that's the theme for the high-level track. So internet governance in the time of uncertainty. So this is broader than just the COVID-19, but how do you deal with emergency situations, etc. And of course, the trust issue comes, the access issue comes as well. So we're going to be dealing with all that, and we're going to try and get the leaders, the ministers, the CEOs, the heads of the NGOs and IGOs as well to come and have a discussion. So we don't want to just to have speeches. We want to have a discussion and also have an opportunity for the audience as well to ask questions. We're also concentrating on the youth, and I'll go to the youth, what we're going to do for the youth just now. But the other thing I wanted to touch upon is our outputs as well. So we have the outputs from the parliamentary track, from the community-led sessions, and from the introductory webinars that we have and the high-level leader tracks, and these are all the messages. And as of last year, we're going to help to distribute these messages. As far as the engagement with the youth goes, last year in 2019, we did have a lot of youth actually come in our open mic session and complain that there wasn't enough for the youth to do. I mean, I responded to them as well, is that the IGF is a bottom-up process, and it is really up to the constituents and also up to the stakeholders to engage. They have to come forward. I mean, we will do our part to make sure that there is a space for them, but it's not a top-down. They don't have to wait for an invitation. They just have to step up and engage. And so this year we're having a series of events for the youth, and the Polish government is also very much involved, and they are supporting it. They had begun supporting it at the beginning in January, and of course we had to postpone the IGF in Poland until next year, but they're still very much committed to it. And so we're having it with the government of Poland, NASK in cooperation with the youth IGFs and also ISOC's Youth Ambassadors Program. And it is engaging the youth as speakers and panelists or resource persons for the IGF to make sure that they are integrated. So we did start off with our first webinar on the 11th May, and then our next webinar is going to be on 9th September, 1800 hours UTC. And now this information is on our website, and also it has been distributed to the NRIs. If there's still people who are not sure about this and also want to engage, I wholly encourage you just to contact us, and we will give you their information. You can just contact me directly. You can go to the IGF website. You can contact Anya. You can just contact whomever you feel good contacting. And then on the 30th of October, we are going to have a publication on good practices on youth engagement in internet governance. And there's going to be an IGF 2020 Youth Summit on the 23rd of October, 1400 hours UTC. And of course, this is all going to be online. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of youth engagement in the IGF 2020 meeting, particularly during the phase 2 of the meeting. So with that, the next thing I should talk about is that we are going to, this has been also a very interesting year for the IGF, because we did have the publication for the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation, and in his roadmap, the Secretary General calls for action to connect, respect, and protect all people in the digital age. And I think that is all very important. Paragraph 93 of the roadmap calls on for global digital cooperation, and ideas have emerged with a view of making the Internet Governance Forum more responsive and relevant to the current digital issues. And then we also have the talk of the IGF Plus and changing the MAG to make it more responsive, especially there's also talk about this high-level segment that should be attached to the MAG in some form. We're not too sure exactly what or how that is going to take place, but there's still discussions that is underway on that. It also specifically calls for forging stronger links amongst the global forum, and that is for the national, sub-regional, and youth initiatives. The Secretary General, the high-level panel, looked at it and saw the importance of the national and regional initiatives. And then, so we are going to have some webinars on this. The MAG chair is also leading some webinars in October. And there's also going to be discussion on this during the virtual IGF. So please, I invite all of you to please come and to please engage in this. Now, I think with that, I think I will stop there and just give you just a reminder again of when the virtual IGF is going to take place. That is 2 to 6 November for phase 1, and for phase 2, 9 to 17th of November, and hope to see you all online. And of course, I will remain here for questions if any of you have questions on anything I've just said. As I said, I just briefly touched on a number of things and not all of them. So thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Chengetai. That was very, very informative. Let's see now, in terms of questions, what do we have? We have support for LACNIC's approach in, for future management of the LAC IGF. We have a question from Deidre Williams. Do you plan any reporting specifically about the context where remote participants stop being them and become us? I'm not sure I understand exactly, but any reporting specifically about the context where remote participants stop being them and become us, I suppose from the point of view where everything goes online is probably what she's saying. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that, although I think one of my colleagues is taking that question. June Paris asked about remote moderators training. With these, and maybe Changatai, that might be one for you to take up. With the fully remote mode of operation, there's going to be a need for remote moderators and to have them trained for the effort. Do you have any special plans in that regard that you would like to share?
Yes, exactly. We are going to have training for remote moderators, and at the moment we're tallying up the number of people that we can rely upon, and there also might be a call for remote moderators to volunteer to remotely moderate the meetings as well. And it's also very important because it's not just going to be in Zoom, we're going to be having it in YouTube and maybe in Facebook. So we would need people to actually look and see and capture any questions and feed them to the chair or to the actual moderator of the meeting. So that would be very, very much appreciated.
Okay, good. I have a question, I guess, for all of us who organize or convene these Internet Governance Fora. In terms of the linkages, right? We are working collaboratively. We are communicating better, I think, at the various levels, the national level, the regional level, the global level, with a view to strengthening the linkages between the work at our various levels. The UN IGF, I know, has this NRI's forum, and I am I'm a member on that. So I give and receive information with the UN Secretariat with respect to what we are doing and what they're doing and what input they might need and so on. So that, I think, exists semi-formally. If I look at the regional area now, Latin America and the Caribbean and the national level. Kevon, maybe you could make a comment from the LAC IGF point of view in terms of level of satisfaction with the linkages with sub-regions and national IGFs in the LAC area, and whether any specific actions being taken to strengthen that. And maybe from the national IGF reps present, whether you'll think that, or how do you think linkages with the CIGF and LAC IGF could be improved? So maybe I'll let Kevon speak first about LAC IGF.
Thanks, Nigel. Most certainly, I think that is a recurrent discussion point, the idea that the national spaces should have stronger links with the regional space, and even the regional space somewhat anticipate and address what happens at the global space. And whereas I would say before that these were just discussions, nice to haves, as I had mentioned earlier, we really saw a huge uptick in the convening of the national NRIs from about 2015 onwards, especially in Latin America and Caribbean. In going forward with the reformed LAC IGF process, that has to be key and center to what we do next. Because LAC IGF, for the most part, had very good intentions and accomplished what it needed to accomplish. It started first as a prep meeting for global, and then it became somewhat self-serving or just facing the region per se. But that we understand what internet governance is, or at least the world has a better grasp of it. And we understand that a lot more needs to take place, not only from those of us within the technical community, but others. I am really interested in seeing more digital creatives come to the fore, more other sectors come here, because at this juncture, it's not just about us and keeping the internet going. We're talking about the people who provide content, people who conduct business, people who conduct social relations. I mean, we talk about social distancing, but it's really physical distancing, and the social component is ever more critical at this juncture. So that sort of interworking is going to be a key feature in what I will call the LAC IGF version 2. We have had, and I would say this very honestly, we've had on an ad hoc basis a dedicated space for NRI since about 2017 at LAC IGF. In a session that first used to occur before the main sessions, then it came into the main sessions, and now it's been recurring, but more needs to be done between that and the rest of the process itself. It's not just about showcasing, but really intertwining, building relationships and leveraging common points where we can leverage.
Right, okay. I wonder if David or who else was it? Actually, it's really only David, or in fact, anyone else who might have an opinion in terms of interface between our Caribbean IGFs and the CIGF, say, or the Caribbean IGF, national IGFs and the LAC IGFs. What do you think about the current linkages and what thoughts you have to maybe to strengthen them? You're still muted, David.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me now, Nigel?
Yeah.
Okay. I do think there's a space for, if I could call it sort of like a committee of committees or a committee of chairs, where there is essentially a forum for sort of like ongoing discussions between representatives from the various NRIs regionally and sub-regionally within the Caribbean, and then like larger sort of Latin American space, to sort of like keep the discussion going, because it's very easy for us to sort of meet once a year, have these conversations, and then sort of return to our individual territories, and and that sort of dies there, or at least it's not given the sort of degree of drive that it might otherwise have. Just like within, not even necessarily at a full United Nations level, but within the regional sphere, possibly, as you guys sort of like, it was mentioned that the website's being rebuilt and there's going to be discussion for it on the site. So it's possible that a sort of like just something like that for the discussion of regional issues and regional coordination and sharing of best practices, something like that might be a simple way to, to facilitate that discussion.
Yeah.
That's really my only 2 cents where that's concerned.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I think I agree with you. I mentioned when I was talking about the CIGF that our aim has been, and it hasn't come to pass well yet, to enhance the amount of intersessional work that goes on. So certainly use of the discussion fora could be one of those tools to do that. And I think we're taking on board that suggestion as we go forward, especially in the post-COVID-19 time. Okay, I don't seem to have outstanding questions, so I will bring this session to a close, and we're pretty much on time this time. And so therefore, I would like to thank all our speakers and presenters in this session. And we've had a few. We've had, again, Mr. Kevin Swift from LACNIC, we're talking about the LAC IGF, Mr. David Smith from the Barbados IGF. We did get the report from the TT IGF. I'll see if we could get them more involved as the next couple of days continue. And Mr. Chengetai Masango from the UN IGF Secretariat. I'll say thank you all. Thank you all as well for your attention and your questions. We'll take a break now for lunch, and we will resume at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, where we'll have a presentation from the Alliance for Affordable Internet, looking at a concept that they're pushing called meaningful connectivity. So please come back for that. We'll follow that up with the Youth Forum segment run by the University of the West Indies St. Augustine Guild. Okay, thank you folks, and good afternoon. Welcome back to our afternoon session of the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And I'm Nigel Casimir from the CTU Secretariat, and as we go straight into our program this afternoon, as promised, we'll begin with an initial presentation. The initial presentation this afternoon is from Mr. Yassine Keladi. And Yassine is the Latin America and Caribbean coordinator for the Alliance for Affordable Internet. And he'll tell us all about them, and he'll focus on their specific initiative, which is something on meaningful connectivity. So without further ado, I will ask Yassine to take the floor and give us his presentation. Yassine, all yours. You have to unmute though. I wonder if I could help you with that.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you very much, Nigel, for this introduction, and thank you to CTU and all the organizing committee for having me in this regional event. More virtual than ever, and more on the benefits and the the urgency to get everyone connected and well connected. And this is what it is about. It's about how well are we connected to the internet and to the broadband in this region. So yes, I'm Yassine Keladi. I'm regional coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Alliance for Affordable Internet. For those who don't know, we are the broadest technology sector alliance, about 90 members now, working to transform policy and regulation frameworks to drive down the cost of access, the price of access, and to push for digital inclusion. So we have public, private, civil society, academic, all kind of organization, national, regional, that are part of this alliance, and they are all aligned with a set of best practices and objectives for the broadband affordability and digital inclusion, and the Sustainable Development Goal 9C on universal affordable access for everyone. It was by 2020, but I guess they pushed it to 2025 or 2030 now. The Alliance is hosted at the World Wide Web Foundation that was created by Sir Tim Berners-Lee to advance an open web as a public good and a basic right for everyone. So the idea that all the internet, all the time for everyone is like the key message of the World Wide Web Foundation. We have 3 different programs. One is advocacy, one is research, and one is country engagements at the Alliance. So on advocacy, I invite you to visit our website. We have a lot of documents. Right now, we're working a lot on the COVID-19 response to make sure that as the web has become a lifeline, make sure that more people are integrated, that the households have enough internet and can afford and use enough internet to telework, telestudy, and everything. We have had in the past a very good advocacy result with several things like the 142, which is the definition of advocacy itself. I invite you to look at our website, the Good Practice Database, the regulatory database. We have also from our research program, the Affordability Report, which is our yearly instrument. We have a mobile broadband pricing database, good practices, and we have a lot of different studies on, for example, Universal Service Fund, on taxes, on infrastructure sharing. We have a lot of different issues that you can discover in our website. We work a lot on gender. We have this Women Rights Online network. So we have developed a framework to develop policies that are gender sensitive, digital policies that are gender sensitive and that address the digital rural gap. And we also recently published together with a few partners like DEF, Facebook, and APC, the Rural Broadband Policy Framework, which suggests how to develop specific policies to connect rural areas with the same quality, with the same affordability, and the same, or better even, standards than the cities. We work in more than 7 countries where we create multi-stakeholder national coalitions together with government, providers, telcos, academics, civil society, from the sector and non from the sector, but that they will be impacted by the policies, and we develop policy and regulatory frameworks. So this today is about meaningful connectivity. It comes from this reflection that how it is that we define connectivity today, how it is that we say who is connected, who is not connected, and why is it important to have a second look and a better look and a deeper look at these issues. This today, if you look at the the statistics, the data, like at the ITU website or anyone, and you look at the connectivity map, you will have a definition, or you have a colors and I mean, you have measurements that are based on a binary definition. That is, are they using the internet or not? And it's the definition of the ITU is once in the last 3 months. So we think it's not enough. We think it's not, you cannot put in the same basket, in the same, and have the same policies to address the gaps for people who use once every 3 months in a public, let's say, telecenter, or those who are all the day connected with 4G. So that's why I had that feeling that we needed to define, to refine the definition of connected people and have this meaningful connectivity standard be developed. So as I said, the current UN definition is has access or has not access in the last 3 months. And as I said, gives an illusion that people are covered. In some countries, and especially now in times of COVID, well, I live in Dominican Republic, would say, no, but we have 70% of people are connected. But how well are they connected? How many data they can access every day? How do they have the right device? Because now with COVID, we see that in fact, it's much, much lower, the people who have the capacity to be resilient, to respond, to continue to work or strive or study or learn. The households in particular that were considered connected, now we can see that they were not really connected, or they were with a limited connectivity. That's why the idea of the standard. So the standard has to be relevant. So it has to be relevant for policymakers and for developing, implementing, and monitoring policies. So it has to be also measurable. It has to be based on evidence. It's not theoretical. It's really on what do the users need and how they understand or how they access what they need. It has to be gender responsive. That's something transversal we put in our work because of the inability to close the global divide without attending the gender divide. And the concept we have of this open internet access has to exclude what we call artificial restrictions. For example, the zero rating platforms that only allow you to navigate a portion of the web or a selected part of the web or selected service and apps. So we wanted to make sure that when we define what is meaningful, we take into account all these definitions. So the different aspects is sufficient speed. And what we mean is that people can watch a video or stream or access a stream, sorry, or stream themselves, have enough data so they can download big things, movies. We don't exclude entertainment of a normal use, and we think it has proven to be very relevant now. sufficient, a smart device, so they can not only consume but also create, take pictures, create multimedia, etc., and sufficiently relevant use in terms of time and the number of times they can access it, so it supports their daily life. This work has been based on research, so we have done a lot of surveys, I mean a few surveys in a few countries, and we've done a lot of background and consultations, and we come up with these dimensions. And when we say sufficient speed, we say now, I mean, we want to set the standard at the level of 4G. I know 4G is a technology, it's not a speed, but right now for the users, the easiest way to understand the different speeds is 4G. So that's what we put as the standard for that dimension. So smartphone as a device. There was a lot of discussion on, is smartphone enough, or would be a computer the minimum standard so people can have a meaningful use of the internet? And based, I mean, there are really a lot of discussion on that specific point, but based on the surveys and all the discussion, we decided to keep smartphone. But this definition and this standard that we hope will be adopted globally will be, I mean, all the countries and the policymakers and those who measure the progress of public digital policies will have the opportunity to adapt it to their realities and to change. But it's a minimal. It's not, doesn't mean that they have, that's the goal. It's just that this is the minimum threshold for that. So sufficient data, people should, to be considered that they have a meaningful connectivity, should have an unlimited data connection. It means it doesn't cut after a certain amount of data, at least at home or at a place of work or study. In one of these places, they should have some unlimited data that we can consider them that they are meaningfully connected. And the frequency of use is daily. People should be able and could be considered as meaningfully connected when they have a daily use of the internet. I already explained this, but unlimited access at home together with 4G and ability to use it every day with a smartphone at minimum. So the following slides are more explaining. I already did why does it matter to have a 4G for the multimedia content, that 3G is not enough, and so we set that standard so we can measure it. People want to receive and create audiovisual content. Also very important, the lower gender gap related to the device is with the smartphone. So smartphone seems to be, let's say, less prone to wider divides in terms of gender. So I already said about the amount of data available. Also, why we didn't put public access, although public access can help address that, we still feel that this unlimited access should be in a place where you can have private access. So if you have unlimited access, but it's at a public space, like a Wi-Fi, open Wi-Fi or a telecenter, etc., we would not consider it because of privacy issues. And daily user, obviously, we are all intense daily users, so we wouldn't see anyone who doesn't have the opportunity to connect daily as meaningfully connected. We did measure to understand what we're talking about in 3 countries, Colombia, Ghana, and Indonesia. This was surveys, population surveys, and here are the numbers. So if we look at the regular ITU Broadband Commission number of how many people are connected in Colombia, we find out that it says 84%. But if we apply the standards and we say how many of these people have 4G connection, smartphone, unlimited connection, and can use it daily, it falls down to 50%. So here we can see a gap between those who are considered to be connected and those who we are proposing in this new standard to be considered as meaningfully connected. Graphically, in the next slide, you can see here the gray dots are the unconnected. The green dots are those who have a meaningful connectivity according to the standard we're proposing. and the orange ones are those in between. So in terms of policy, the impact of this on public policies is that we would want to put those who are gray into the orange or into the green directly, and put those who are the orange into the green. So this has specific, when you define your regulations and your policies, it has some impact. That's why we're doing that. We want to make sure that everybody gets green. So this is what it says here. What is the goal? To bring out the connected online, extend meaningful connectivity to the margin, so get the orange green, and ensure that access is affordable and meaningful for the greatest number possible. So now we are working on developing a toolbox, a set of instruments to transform this standard into a tool for policy with very concrete tools and pilot projects. Projects we're going to pilot in several countries where countries are interested in adopting this as a standard for measuring who is connected and who is not connected. So it's an ongoing work, and it will. I mean, we will be very happy to collaborate here in the region, in the Caribbean region, with governments, with statistic offices or other bodies that have interest in looking a little bit deeper and have a better picture of who is connected and or how those who are connected are connected. So that's the proposal we have for this meaningful connectivity. So now I open to any question, clarification, debate, or I don't know what's the format, but
yeah, I'll moderate for this session.
Thank you, Nigel.
Well, maybe in my position, I'll start by asking a clarification. It says meaningful connectivity. Meaningful for one country might be different for another country, but you have some very specific standards being proposed here. And I'm wondering why choose the word meaningful as opposed to say minimum, which is probably a little more precise. Any comment on that? And there was another question I had at the top of my head, but it escapes me right now. But meaningful or minimal? That's the question.
These are the minimum threshold for meaningful connectivity. But countries that we're proposing as a global standard to be comparable across countries. But countries can and should adapt that to their reality and to their possibility. So it's not hard written on the rock that it has to be that one, but that's what we are proposing as the global standard. Now, if a government wants to use the concept of meaningful connectivity, so to look at not just who has a connection, who connected in the last 3 months and who didn't, but a little bit more, who is really using every day and have better understanding of the divides, because there's not just those connected and connected, there's those now ill-connected or not, or poorly connected. So we are proposing that as a standard, but really it's really up to the government who will adopt that to change. But that's the minimum thresholds we're proposing.
Okay.
And we're proposing that, just so you know, at all the major like Broadband Commission, WSIS, and other forums where we are active members, ITU, with the Broadband Commission. So we are pushing for having that as a global standard.
Right. Okay. We have Rodney Taylor. If you can see the Q&A box, we have a question from Rodney Taylor. He's saying regional governments have been asking for 0 rating of government websites in CARICOM to enable citizens free access to websites, in particular offering social services. He's asking, is this at odds with the principles of net neutrality? And I'll also ask, is this at odds with the concept that you mentioned there in your presentation?
Yes, we would not, I mean, for this particular standard, we have done a lot of research on 0 rating. And there are several kinds of, I mean, sometimes 0 rating seems, it's one thing, but it can be several things. If you can access openly any government service, it's not the same thing if you are only serve the contents of one company. It's a bit different. So we have that's just about zero rating. There are different kind of zero ratings, let's say. But for this particular work on meaningful connectivity, we would not consider someone meaningfully connected if he can, for example, for the unlimited connection, it's limited content. So when we say unlimited connection, is unlimited to all kind of content. It should not be, it would not be someone would not be considered meaningfully connected if they only can access through a zero rating. If that's the question.
Right, right. So it's not just zero rating, you see. So it's not really at odds, I would say. It's your concept says that it should go beyond just zero rate sites. All right, there's another question. I don't know if you can answer from John Lewis. I'm not sure where John is from. Can any Caribbean country boast of 100% internet coverage? And if not, why, and what are the challenges? A very
I guess you CTU should know.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm pretty sure some islands can have are small and can cover with signal the whole country. But now the issue here is not coverage; it's adoption and use. So if I have a population covered, why is only 60 or 70 or 50 or 40 or whatever percent only using? So all the issues related to affordability, capacity, ability to use, digital skills, relevant content and services. I would say usually those are the three mains, and security and privacy in some places. Some people would also feel threatened to be online. I don't know, civil rights or political or for their particular preferences. So all these things should be addressed together.
Yeah,
but I don't think any country in the world has reached 100% of adoption of users, and I don't think it's even possible. I guess there were still people who don't want to connect, and we have to respect
exactly
their position. It's just that they should not be impeached of connecting and using because of cost, because of coverage first, so physical access, because of cost. It should always, any entry data package, I mean, that's how we measure it, should be less than 2% of their monthly income. So then we know it's not a matter of affordability. They should have the skills. And again, maybe many of the countries have still a lot of not very functional, let's say, digitally functional people who would need, you know, massive digital skills, upgrading programs or projects to make sure everybody knows. And I would say content and relevancy. Maybe people find that it's not enough for them, attractive enough, let's say, to pay for it or to make the effort to connect. So all these things have to be taken into account. But I don't think any country has 100% adoption, any in the world.
Yes. Okay, yes, and it also depends on where people are. When you're defining 100%, is it 100% of citizens? But if I go hiking and I go out of range, you know, does that mean I have covered less than 100%? Which
yeah, it's,
you know, it depends on the definition. So
the World Bank would use also the 10 years and older. For example, for universal service, you would use 10 years and older.
Okay, I see.
So you wouldn't count under 10s for the percentage of people covered.
Right. So how do you see progress on adoption of this concept of meaningful connectivity? Are you getting traction, or is there
a lot? Really a lot. A lot of governments and a lot of regional bodies are currently in discussion with us and among themselves to look at that, and we hope that by the next I think in September, or I don't know if it's been moved or not, the Broadband Commission meeting will have a look at it. And we also we now just reached an agreement with the ITU to, I mean, on other things like the mobile broadband data. We're going to work on that and the affordability data together with the ITU. And I'm pretty sure that meaningful connectivity will be on the menu of the next discussion there for looking closer. It takes some time, but we have experience in having one of our proposals getting set as a global standard, like the affordability one. So we hope to push this further, but we really would like, and I really like, when we can work together with national governments or National Statistics Office or whoever is in charge of this ICT data and monitoring of the progress of digital policy, and try and see how much it changes and how much it changes your vision and how much it can change your policies. Because I see this is the goal. The goal of this is really to have more targeted policies. You want to know, we have a framework for gender. We have the rural branded framework, which we encourage countries to adopt to set specific policies for the specific populations. And that's where we want to go. We want to have better policies, to have better social inclusion, digital inclusion. Sorry.
Okay, Rudy Daniel is asking, would you say that meaningful connectivity provides us with a platform to define quality of service standard?
It's different. Quality of service is for, no problem, Rudy. I know you know how to spend money. The quality of service is from the, well, regulators need to have the quality of service standards and everything, and it has a role in here. But this is more from the user perspective and the usage perspective. So quality of service is in here. We need speed, and we need enough download, enough data. We need to be able to access every day, and we need the right device. So within all that, the data and the speed, quality of service is somewhere there. So if a country finds out that the people are not getting the speeds, or they're not getting the, how do you say, when the signal doesn't cut, how do you say, redundancy? No. Well, they're not getting the levels they need for to ensure that people can do all these things and have the right speed and have the right amount of data, then there is a problem of quality of service. So,
right.
So it is somewhere embedded in there.
Right. And with respect to meaningful connectivity, do you adhere to ITU and other standards bodies with respect to broadband speeds?
Well, yes, we use the definitions in some point. But here, and this has been very tricky in this work here, is that the 4G, which is not a speed, it's a technology.
Right.
Right? But because people would not understand the concept, would not be able to tell us what is the speed they're actually using and what is the speed they aspire, they used 3G, 4G as a proxy, let's say, for. So it's not, again, what we, and the countries can adapt that and have their own standard, measurement for the speed part. But we understand that when people say, I have 4G, that means I can do this and that. So I can stream, I can receive this, I can watch the game without, the cricket game, of course, without interruptions, etc. So these are the kind of things we tried here because that was based on surveys and asking people what they do and what they want and what would allow them to do what they need to do. And this was why we used 4G. But it's not about the technical standard, it's about the speed. So we didn't use the specific definition of the broadband speed of the ITU, but we use that as a proxy.
All right, thank you, Yassine. I'll leave it there for now. I think it's an interesting initiative, this meaningful connectivity, and given the additional demands being placed on us for ICT in this post-COVID world, the importance of connectivity that is useful is paramount. So thank you very much for this presentation. And I think we will look at the A4AI website for the treasure trove of information that you've mentioned.
You will find a lot of treasures in there. And please, any country, government, civil society organization, or technical body that wants to know more about this, please contact me. And if you think your country is open to try and for the adoption, as we are developing the tools for that, we'll be very glad to continue the discussion. Thank you very much to CTU for the opportunity of presenting this.
Okay, just before I leave, I just see a late breaking question. Is there any preference in meaningful connectivity to have more fiber to the home access as opposed to mobile?
No.
I guess no.
No. Whatever, ideally fiber to the home, but in some places it's not cost effective. So, but if you
Yes.
have the speed, the quality, and
Right.
the amount of data unlimited, if it comes
Yes.
to a wireless signal and it's usable at the home, should be the same thing.
You qualify.
It's yes. We're technology neutral. What we want is the result,
Right.
capacity of using it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yassine. Let me move on then to our next item, which is basically our youth forum on digital transformation and youth. And we're going to be getting presentations from personnel from the UE Students Guild here at St. Augustine campus and also one other. I'm not the one taking you through this youth forum though. The facilitator is Mr. Michael Joseph, who is the Guild representative for the Faculty of Science and Technology at the UE St. Augustine campus. So I will now invite Mr. Michael Joseph to take the floor and manage this session. Michael, take it away.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me clearly?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. So good afternoon, Mr. Casimir. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon to all the listeners, wherever in the world you are today. So basically, I would like to say welcome to all of you. My name is Michael Joseph. As said before, I'm the Faculty of Science and Technology representative on the Guild Council for the UE St. Augustine. And I will be your moderator for this afternoon's discussion. This afternoon's proceedings are hosted by the Office of the Guild Librarian and the Caribbean Telecommunications Unit, hereafter referred to as the CTU. It is not only my honor, but pleasure to moderate this afternoon's activity. Our presenters today are student leaders on the Guild Council. They are namely the President, Mr. Warren Anderson, the Publications Committee Chairperson, Mr. Kendall Vincent, and the International Affairs Committee Chairperson, Mr. Jensen Samaru. The commentator, on each of their presentations is Mr. Jonathan Felix, who is a transdisciplinary studies person with specializations in sociology, design, media, and cultural studies. And his research interests include higher education, alternative media, and digital cultures. With that being said, we'll now begin, and I would like to notify Mr. Anderson that he will soon begin. Just a quick insight, as I said before, Mr. Anderson is the President of the Guild Council of St. Augustine. His presentation this afternoon is on the topic of digital transformation, education, and youth struggles and solutions. Mr. Anderson has a few definitions that should be noted in his presentation so that context is understood throughout. When he uses the word youth, he refers to persons ages 12 to 29, and this is taken from the Youth Policy of Trinidad and Tobago 2012-2017. When he uses the term tertiary education builds on secondary education, providing learning activities in specialized fields of education. It aims at learning at high levels of complexity and specialization. Tertiary education includes what is commonly understood as an academic education, but also includes advanced vocational or professional education. When he uses the word poverty, poverty is the denial of choices and opportunities, a violation of human dignity. It means a lack of basic capacity to participate effectively in society. This is taken from the United Nations, 1998. Literacy is the ability to identify, understand, interpret, create, communicate, and compute using printed and written and visual materials associated with varying contexts. When he uses the term Caribbean, he refers to members of the CARICOM states. Simulation, a model or set of problems or events that can be used to teach someone how to do something or the process of making such a model. And this is taken from the Cambridge Dictionary. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Mr. Warren Anderson, the president of the Guild of Students, UWI St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I would like to say thank you very much to the CTU for providing us with this forum today. My intention here this afternoon is really to provide a conceptual presentation based on the struggles that youth have. I take an interesting approach in terms of bridging the gap between our struggles and our proposals in terms of meeting these struggles. So I ask everyone to strap in, and I look forward to feedback in the end of it. So I begin by saying it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye. In this case, the eye is the iPhone. Young people in this time have grown a dependency on our smart devices. It is said by Porter et al. In 2016 that young people's use of mobile phones is also expanding exponentially across the developing world, and that cell phone adoption among students in the developing world has also increased significantly, with many reporting ownership and penetration rates exceeding 100%. So for the purpose of this presentation, we will consider young people in respect to tertiary education. And for a perspective on tertiary education, or for us to frame just how, where we're looking at with tertiary education, I would have referred to the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. And there, I was able to withdraw some, based on how they define a BSc or a bachelor, the goals that one should attain in getting this bachelor. And it says that one should be able to apply the methods and techniques that they have learned to review, consolidate, extend, and apply their knowledge and understanding, and to initiate and carry out projects, critically evaluate arguments, assumptions, abstract concepts, and data that may be incomplete, to make judgments and to frame appropriate questions to achieve a solution, or identify a range of solutions to a problem. Also, they indicate that one should be able to apply a conceptual and problem-solving abilities in an employment context, as well as communicate, inform ideas, problems, and solutions to both specialist and non-specialist audiences. Being a tertiary education student myself, it is my observation that society is losing faith in not just the education system, but in the outputs of the education system. And part of this is materialized in the job market, saying to students and graduates that there's not enough work experience coming out of graduation and into job application. What this really says is that the student upon graduation is not job ready, does not have that tacit knowledge that empowers us to gain employment. So it provides an opportunity for us. Given that 77.3% of internet users in Trinidad and Tobago, so that's 77.3% of Trinidad and Tobago that are internet users, right? And considering that 28% of these people are below the poverty line, we already have an appreciation that getting empowered through devices and access to internet can affect those below the poverty lines. But in relation to youth, what we're seeing is that there's a gap in terms of cultural context, right? What do I mean by this? Students are coming through the system, and what we're gaining, the lack of tacit knowledge is really coming about through the lack of engagement in the experience we're mostly engaging with theory throughout our program. And how do I propose for us to fix this? Well, we should be considering through the ICT space how we infect education through informal education. And this is considering the fact that there are different types of learners that the educational space right now does not cater for. There are auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, reading or writing learners, and visual learners. Most of the times, without having a practicum or practical learning, we are engaged with reading and writing. How can we fix, therefore, the economic problem as well as the cultural problem? Well, the entertainment industry provides an answer for us. And I'll refer to some of the economic figures in the entertainment industry as it relates to music, books, movies, and also video games. The book industry as it stands, and these figures are from 2019, is a $92.8 billion industry. The music industry is a $20 billion industry according to Variety. And the movie industry is a $101 billion industry. Finally, the video game industry is $18.4 billion. The gap, therefore, the economic gap or the opportunity for us to fill the economic gap is one of being honest to ourselves and what we are able to provide in the Caribbean. I like to refer to the talent and the culture of the Caribbean as the new oil, right? And it says that we should be, as rentier economies, small island developing states who have typically been rentier economies working with oil, we need to start to examine opportunities in our human resources. So we're very well aware that we're very talented in areas of music and movies, etc., plays and these things. ICT and communication technology, information systems, etc., give us the opportunity to engage learning through the digital industries like movie, digital books, and these things. But I would like to focus on the video game industry because what it does is it brings together all the types of learning: auditory, kinesthetic, reading, writing, and even visual, right? It gives combined with tertiary education, it gives tertiary education institutions the opportunity to apply situated learning. Situated learning theory is commonly used as instructional theory employed with games for learning and is often related to epistemic games, games where players play in a game experience that simulates a respective professional activity. What does this mean? The classroom experience, we can therefore engage in video games, right? And outside of the classroom experience, we can actually become industrious and sell our culture through the economic means that I have provided before, but also understanding that we have a very unique culture here that needs to be marketed outside. So it's not just about learning about ourselves in a digital space in the classroom, but it's also about offering to the world a window into our space. And for example, I'll say, how many times have we seen Spider-Man movies, Batman movies? They will never stop making these movies. They're probably on 60, 20, 50 by now. But where are the movies about our folklore? Where are the games about our folklore? And video gaming and these things provide opportunities by being inside the space to not just learn about our history and our culture, but to also sell it to the world and fix the economic problem that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Truly enriching presentation. I now invite Mr. Felix, who is an academic out of Vietnam, to give his comments on Mr. Anderson's presentation. Mr. Felix, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just to comment on the first presentation here very quickly, and I'm going to attempt to try to stay on topic here. With respect to the education system, as with many other challenges, the first thing is that in understanding digital transformation, what digital transformation is, I think we first need to realize that digital transformation isn't necessarily the solution to problems. It can be very helpful in enhancing existing solutions once it is that we have them, but that is premised on the fact that we're able to sufficiently identify what the issues are. But let's go back even further. We need to be able to determine what outcome that we're looking for, right? And only then we can be able to see if perhaps digital transformation in whatever way that it's articulated will actually be helpful for us. Because it's actually very problematic to think that somehow once technology is involved, it's automatically something positive that we'll be able to derive all of the benefits from it. So we want to try to avoid a sort of technological determinism, so to speak. And this is really a view that, whether something is technically feasible, that means that it is something that is desirable, and it's something that is, without a doubt, going to be realized in practice. So that's something we have to be very clear on, that whenever there are issues, technology is not going to fix those issues. In many instances, it can actually either create new issues or take the existing issues that we have and make them worse. As it relates to the education sector, each sphere of the education sector has its own unique challenges, from primary all the way up to higher education, vocational education, special education, and so on and so forth. So there needs to really be a critical look at what is the overall outcome, what is really expected here. And there was the discussion in terms of moving Caribbean culture forward and so on and so forth. But there's some other things that we need to take into account. Now, by and large, compared to other parts of the world, the Caribbean is a very, very small place that does not show up on maps. People do not know about us. And we really do think that we're very big, but we're actually very small. This is the reason why it is that people lump the Caribbean and Latin America together, because the Caribbean in many instances only becomes visible through its association with Latin America, and that is primarily geographical. Okay. The other thing that we have to take into consideration as well is that even though we say that we are the Caribbean and we are from a particular space, the history of the Caribbean is one of discontinuity and fracture, and we are not a unified state, right? We are a collection of islands. We're geographically close to each other. So culturally speaking, I don't think it is that we have a very clear unified identity, so to speak. And this is something that also plays a part in terms of how it is that we deal with particular types of issues, and whether or not digital transformation actually is the way forward. So I think very much so we need to reconsider what the real issues are, and not see the issues in terms of silos and think that, okay, the issue is really a teaching issue. We don't have enough teachers, or probably it is that people are not teaching the right way. there are many different things that we need to look at. And what I, in more or less closing this particular commentary on the first presentation, I would say we need to look at context and whether the context that we're working in, it fosters the need for digital transformation, and whether the context that we're working in, it actually enables certain issues, or it can be used to leverage certain issues. Because regardless of whatever ideas that we come up with, digital transformation is not something that we can impose from a top-down position, right? It has to be something that is negotiated. We have to we ask ourselves, is this something that people actually want? So, there are usually some assumptions that we have when we speak about technology as technology being something good and desirable and wholesome, but that is not often the case. That's the assumption that we usually have, this sort of utopian assumption as it relates to technology. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but what I'm saying, as I draw this section to a close here, is, we really need to consider what are the real problems, what are the roots of the problems, and if at this junction, in trying to address those issues, if digital transformation is needed and if it's even desirable. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. I would now like to introduce our next presenter. His name is Kendall Vincent, and he is the Publications Committee Chairperson of the University of the West Indies Guild Council for the academic year 2020-2021. He's going to be presenting on the topic digital transformation and the future of work for the young professional. So I now ask Mr. Vincent to take the floor. I just remind you, you have 5 to 8 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joseph, for your introduction. Let me just thank all protocols observed. Let me just thank the Caribbean CTU for giving us this opportunity and this platform here today to present from a youth perspective. One of the things that, I would like to basically present on today deals with the topic of the young professional and how it relates to digital transformation. One of the things, even as we undergo this COVID-19 pandemic, what it has shown us is that what it has shown us is that some of the things that, we would have been accustomed to no longer gonna be applicable. So let me just turn your attention to the screen. So I'll start off with the positioning of defining what digital transformation is. Digital transformation marks a radical rethinking of organization usage of technology, people, and processes. Fundamentally change business, and this definition comes from George Westerman. He's the author of Leading Digital, Turning Technology into Business Transformation. So let's look at what is happening globally, a global outlook in terms of what is currently happening in the world of work. Globally, we are seeing a current shortfall of more than 1.8 billion jobs. And this is reference, or this data comes from Track 2012. But as we know, as things continue to change going forward, we see that, these numbers, has not changed drastically. We are forecasting, or what the US futurist Thomas Free 2012 is actually predicting that by the year 2030, 2 billion jobs would have disappeared by the year 2030. So let me just So what is happening, it's important for us to understand and for us to see in terms of what is actually happening in terms of the world of work at present. As most of you all are aware, as we move forward, a lot of things that we're accustomed to would change. A lot of industries such as construction, health, and you name it. So just looking at transportation, jobs that would be no more, or, jobs that are constantly, when we look at going driverless, automobile transportation, jobs that would be lost in terms of taxi and limo drivers, bus drivers, truck drivers, even the pizza and delivery drivers may soon be a thing of the past when we look forward in terms of what is happening in the world of work. However, while we are looking forward to this whole digital transformation and how it relates to the, it's not all doom and gloom, because in everything there are opportunities. And of course, some of these opportunities include new jobs that would be created, delivery dispatchers, traffic monitoring systems. Although automated, will require a management team, driverless ride experience, driverless operation system engineers. So also looking as well, jobs which are forecast to disappear over the next 2 years. Research would have said stuff such as, loan officers, bookkeepers, drivers, because what we find happening in terms of technology is that with technology, of course, there are opportunities for, advancement. So let's just take a look at the biggest and fastest growing industries. We definitely want to look at the green and sustainable energy industry. Data has shown as well that in addition to this industry, of course, personal wellness, third, online and for-profit education. So we see a lot of persons, and even this COVID-19 pandemic has been adjusting, or you're going to see a lot of online classes, social networking games, which, the President, Mr. Anderson, would have mentioned previously, the creation of mobile apps. And those are some of the biggest and fastest growing industries. 3D printing allows for the creation of 3D solid models and objects from a digital copy, and of course, generic pharmacy. And these are some of the ways, or some of the jobs in terms of what the future would definitely look like. So these are just some of the, very briefly, these are just some of the areas in terms of, or, what we can expect the future to look like. Of course, chaotic environment, disruptive technology, transport. Of course, I would have mentioned that previously in terms of, you see the driverless, vehicles. What are the work skills that are required for the future as young professionals? Of course, sense making, and that's the ability to determine deeper meaning, social intelligence, novel and adaptive thinking, cross-cultural competence, computational thinking, which speaks towards the ability to translate data into abstract concepts and understand database reasoning, new media literacy, the ability to assess and develop content for new media forms and to use these for persuasive communication. So one of the things, so that would have been basically a short synopsis as to where we are and where we're going in terms of the future of digital transformation, and it relates to the young professional. What it means, therefore, is that we as young professionals should be very adaptable and very susceptible to change. And, through the course of doing the research for this presentation, one of the things that I would have come across is that it would have been mentioned that as young professionals, and even those persons who are, as young as primary school and secondary and tertiary, going into the job market, what is actually the job market now is going to be much different. 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, and the list goes on. So what it means, therefore, that we have to, constantly update our skills, update our qualifications to go or to trend along with the time. In terms of my very last point in terms of this presentation would be in terms of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine Guild, and in terms of how we have been, moving towards that level of digital transformation as a guild. The Office of the Library would have been established, and that would have been to support the the archiving of, the archiving and keeping a digital presence of the Guild's documents and records. Further said that, the Office of the Publications Committee, we are moving away from books and magazines, but taking that online. And so much, and this goes on, even with this whole COVID-19, we as a Guild has been forced to take steps towards moving forward towards digital transformation. I would now hand you back over to Michael, moderator for this session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. So I now invite Mr. Felix to give his comments on Kendall's presentation.
That was a very interesting presentation on the potential future of work. One of the things that I think we should perhaps think about is the fact that, thinking about, just using the word future is a bit restrictive. I think it probably may be more helpful to us to use the word futures in the plural. Why? Because one, we don't know what the future will look like. The future is filled also with a lot of different possibilities. And those possibilities will look very different for, various communities and individuals and different groups within a civil society. As it relates to youth and education, and now dealing with matters relating to employment, it raises some very, very interesting questions for us to consider. But before I go to those questions, I we just want to briefly reference two very interesting international reports that were released this year. There's the 2020 Global Peace Index, and there's also the 2020 Global Talent Competitiveness Index, right? These global reports are very significant because it really does give us very interesting information regarding the performance of most countries that are in the world. And in doing so, we are able to take a more critical look, because these are data-driven reports, of course, with varying degrees of accuracy, but it gives us a sense as to what makes for success, if we want to put it like that, as it relates to digital transformation and otherwise. As it relates to young people and employment and the concept of the young professional, I think that idea of the professional needs to be very clearly defined. And the starting point for professionalism is not internships. It's not when, when you graduate and you get a job. Professionalism starts in the classroom, coming early, taking your studies seriously, that sort of thing. And sometimes the idea of being a professional is something that is presented to students as being very far off. When I would contend that that is something that needs to be, students have to be made to understand that professionalism starts, as soon as it is that they are in the classroom at a very young age. But apart from that, I think as young professionals, it's extremely important to foster two basic senses of responsibility, that being professional responsibility and social responsibility. There's a very problematic tendency for people to think in very careerist terms and not understand how their skills, their knowledge, their talents, their abilities, their experiences, their education, it fits into a larger whole. So rather than thinking of, well, how could I advance my career, but you form a part of civil society, what is your function, what is your role, and how do you fit into the context that you have to work in? And, speaking about Caribbean youth, and this is where it leads me to two basic questions here for us to consider as it relates to context. Now, these are very broad, open questions for us to perhaps reflect on. But the first question that I have is this, because we're talking about digital transformation, and I want us to understand that perhaps thinking about digital transformation in terms of just working with a computer online. That's not really digital transformation. There's a lot more to it than that. And this is why I believe it is that we need a lot more integrated thinking, thinking that is more future-oriented, thinking that is a lot more systematic rather than thinking in silos. So it leads me to these two questions here, right? The two questions I have are this. One, what are the optimal social conditions per se that allow for successful digital transformation? The second question that I would like to pose is that, is digital transformation something that is collectively negotiated within a civil society? It goes back to, is digital transformation something that people actually want? Two, what are the social conditions that allow for this? Now, going back to the two documents that I referenced earlier, before I come to a close here in this particular section, the Global Peace Index and the Global Talent Competitive Index, they are yearly reports, and you could go Google it and you can look at the figures as it relates to various countries. And I'll give Trinidad and Tobago as an example. The metrics are not good. And the metrics include things such as enabling factors in terms of having an environment that takes into account economic factors, political factors, technological factors, and otherwise that allow for particular types of growth, development, digital transformation, of course, and other benefits to society. You also have factors that relate to attracting persons to Trinidad and Tobago for investments and otherwise. You have factors that are related to growth, and these are definitely connected to education and the labor force. Factors that are connected to actually retaining persons in Trinidad and Tobago, and also factors related to technical and vocational skills and global knowledge skills. Now, if it is that you look at the metrics for Trinidad and Tobago, and you could look at it for every country in the Caribbean, is listed there. A lot of the metrics are not good. And it points us to, probably consider that we need to figure out exactly why. And one of the things that is actually missing is knowledge production. We can't make decisions unless it is that we have knowledge, and that is premised on the fact that we have a literate society and that we have that fostering literacy is an actual value. It's something that we prize, it's something that we cherish, and ultimately it's something that we put to use. So before we start talking about the digital, we have to go back to the foundations of literacy, and we have to ask ourselves if this is something that we want, if this is something that people want, and if this is something that people want, how is it that we can articulate some of these changes that we are really looking for based on the specific context? Because I go back to talking about the Caribbean in a broad sense, which is problematic in and of itself because each Caribbean island is very different. And again, given the fact that the Caribbean is a place of many different peoples coming together, you have many different competing interests that are involved in that. So there's a certain level of complexity and nuance that sometimes you overlook in trying to think about the Caribbean as one unified space. Now, this isn't to say that there are not similarities or particular things that are characteristic, but I do think it is helpful for us not to think in very broad terms and make very broad generalizations because they more or less tend to be problematic. Yeah. So I'll pause there for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. I think it's some very interesting and thought-provoking things you have suggested there. And I definitely agree with you. What I'd also like to think about in relation to directly what Kendall would have suggested is where does entrepreneurship fit in if it is you want to move away from youth being so dependent on jobs and careers and such. So moving right along with our presentations today, I'd like to invite Mr. Jensen Samaru, who is the International Affairs Committee Chairperson of the Girl Council of UWI St. Augustine. And his presentation this afternoon is on digital transformation and the Caribbean youth. I know Mr. Jensen is very passionate about the youth of the Caribbean, so this should be a very enjoyable presentation. Mr. Samaru, I hand over to you at this time.
Thank you to my dear colleague, Mr. Joseph, and a special thank you to the CTU for affording me this opportunity to participate in this forum. Now, before I begin, I would like to say that even though I have been introduced as the International Affairs Committee chairperson of the Guild of Students Council at the UWI St. Augustine campus, the views that are expressed here are those of my own. And whether the Guild wishes to associate itself with my views is entirely up to the Guild. But the views and opinions that are expressed here are really those of my own and does not in any way reflect, at least, the views of the Guild Council. So with that being said, I'll get into my presentation. Now, given the comments of Mr. Felix, it has also caused me to rethink a lot about the Caribbean and so on, which happily I can perhaps incorporate into my presentation. And I would like to begin firstly by saying that in the context of when I speak about the Caribbean, I generally, when persons speak about the Caribbean now, they refer really to what many consider to be the Anglophone Caribbean or CARICOM, you know. So that in that sense, the scope is limited and it does not include Martinique and so on. So that is something else that we ought to be mindful of. And I think when we speak about the Caribbean identity, that is a part that is left out, and we see the dominance of the English Caribbean being what is seen as the Caribbean identity. So all those complexities come in when defining the Caribbean. And also it is a complexity that exists for the Caribbean youth as we attempt to now navigate our way. And, you know, in a global world, do we define ourselves as Caribbean citizens? Do we want to move away from defining ourselves as Guyanese or as Trinidadians or Dominicans? And I think it is especially important for me to draw on something that was done years ago when Eric Williams would have written Capitalism and Slavery. And he had written to the editors actually asking them if they can refer to him not as a Trinidadian, but rather as a West Indian who was born in Trinidad. I found that to be very profound because he kind of incorporates the Caribbean and, well, West Indian identity. Whether or not we want to use that term is another debate, but the Caribbean identity into his national identity as well. So with that being said, I'll get into a lot of my presentation. Now, Caribbean societies as we know them today have been shaped largely by the historical experience and processes of colonialism, slavery, indentureship, and imperialism. And much of what we enjoy today in terms of our freedoms, in terms of rights, in terms of aspirations and everything, were fought for by our ancestors. And gaining independence was indeed a hallmark achievement in our history. And having achieved independence, Caribbean nations were given the opportunity to dictate the direction in which they want to move. And for a very long time, many generations of Caribbean leaders have had a vision of development which caters rather, not only for their individual countries, but the region as a whole. And we have had Caribbean academics and scholars offering theories and models of development, some of which have been pursued either in whole or in part, and others have been abandoned. And today now, the Caribbean continues to struggle really to find a particular path of development as a region. Even countries struggle to find models of development that suit them, individual countries, but also collectively as a region. That is still a struggle that we have. And nevertheless, the dream of having an integrated and socially just and united Caribbean has a long way to go in being fully realized. But many of us, including myself, who still believe in the dream, continue to hold on to and work towards it. And as we continue to navigate our way, we look towards a future which we have been tasked with shaping. Now, when we think of the modern world and modern conceptions of development, we automatically think about skyscrapers and technological advancements. And from my own assessment, I think this has been due largely or in part to the fact that our ideas of development have come to be shaped largely by looking to the societies of the global north and using them as a benchmark as we pursue our own course of development. And of course, as Mr. Felix would have mentioned in his comments, that it is for us to decide now, what are these things? Is it feasible to pursue this? Is it not? Is it something that people want? Is it something that is counterproductive? So we have to move away really from using the global north as a benchmark as we continue to pursue our own course of development. I think that's a very important point to register. And while it is important as well to acknowledge that indeed my generation has found itself in a world, or to be in a world that is defined greatly, but not only by, and that is very important, it is defined greatly, but not entirely and only by technological innovation and advancement. We must equally acknowledge that digital transformation and development should not be the only item in our agenda or on our agenda for development. In my early years of growing up in the hinterland of Guyana, cell phones were bigger than my hands, and television sets had an extension behind them, which we would hit sometimes if they were not working, and believe that we were IT specialists. And I have been fortunate, I think, to live through, and others, of course, would have seen different levels of transformation over time. But for me personally, I've been fortunate to live through and witness, for instance, the evolution of listening to Rupee songs on a cassette, then on a CD, to now streaming it through YouTube on my laptop. And these, of course, are major leaps and changes that has occurred over time, and it has changed our thinking and how we interact with the world as youth. So that is something peculiar, not only to my generation, but the generation before us. But they would have, of course, been from record to cassette to CD, now to streaming on laptops. Of course, a lot of persons reject these transformation, and we have to be mindful of that as well. You know, only recently my father joined Facebook, and that was a major achievement. So we have to be conscious that while we have a generation who is embracing digital transformation, we also have another generation simultaneously who have some persons not entirely rejecting, although some of them do, but you have persons as well who are not too fond of it, you know, and we have to be conscious and cater for that as well. And we are indeed conscious of how digitized large portion of our world is. But here in the Caribbean, it would be misleading to claim that we are anywhere near where we want to be. And I think COVID-19 in particular, or with the advent of COVID-19 and the pandemic, it has shown us many things, the world and the Caribbean. It has shown us many things, but three of which I wish I had highlight. Number one, it has forced us to heavily utilize digital platforms for work and school and other things. Number two, it has exposed the inequalities that exist in our world, demonstrating to us, for instance, how wide the gap, the digital divide really is. And number three, it has shown us how interconnected our world is and how certain things, that is to say COVID-19 in particular, has no regard for borders and sovereignty. So now in the context of Caribbean and Caribbean integration, I think we can now rightfully say that borders only exist in our minds, and we can move beyond that. Because like I said, COVID-19 has shown us it has no regard for borders and sovereignty. But most importantly, I think COVID-19 has given us the opportunity to rethink how we operate as a society and really define our priorities. Caribbean youths in particular now have the opportunity to, I think they always have, but this has kind of brought it out a little more, or had the opportunity now to determine what does development really mean for us. And even when we think about digital transformation, we have to think about it in the context of our own ideas as a generation of sustainable development and other conceptions of development. And how do we want to pursue digital transformation? And again, is it something feasible? Is it something that the people want? You know, some people would rather you give them a piece of land to farm, rather than giving them a mobile phone. And what do these things mean in the context of integration? Do we want a Caribbean as we have now, how it has developed, where there are disparities in terms of levels of development? Trinidad and Tobago is of course different in terms of their development and the stage that they're at right now, at least in terms of industry and manufacturing, from Belize and from Dominica and Barbados and Guyana. And we want to have, for instance, 5G in Dominica and 4G in Belize. And those are things we need to think about if we want to pursue a course of development that consists of our own notions of the Caribbean and that kind of intersects with that and everything. And digital transformation would mean a lot of replacing of structures and our operations of bureaucracies, age-old bureaucracies and political structures and everything, and navigating all of that. So really and truly, I think the Caribbean youth, we have two things to do. One, we have to embrace these changes as well. And we are the ones to move things forward in, the previous generation might have depended on something else and they would have steered us to where we are now. But a lot of persons, of course, with the advent of new technology, there are new jobs available, as Kendall would have highlighted. And those are things that are in the minds of people. So as we go that course, you have to think about how can we as youths contribute to enhancing the lives of our people in the Caribbean. Even given the context of digital transformation and the wider agenda of developing the Caribbean as a whole. And that is most important, I think, even if we were to transform digitally, but our people are still, or there's still heavy poverty in the region, and people are still, there's high levels of unemployment and everything.
Mr. Samurai, yes, sorry, I just wanted to make you aware that you're over your time, and I'd like you to just wrap up quickly so we could allow Mr. Felix to give his comments and stay within our allotted time.
All right, thank you. I'm about to close. But thank you for the reminder, and sorry for going over time. There's a lot more, I think, that could be said, some of which might come out in the question and answer segment. But I think to really wrap up much of what I've been said, I would draw on the wise words of a famous Calypsonian who is known as Black Stallion, I think, throughout the Caribbean. There's a particular line in one of his songs where he says, and I'll adjust it a bit to incorporate, well, to negate gender biases. He said that there is one race, the Caribbean man, and I'll add, and woman, from the same place, the Caribbean man and woman, that make the same trip on the same ship. So we must push one common intention for a better life in the region. That must be the ambition of the Caribbean man and the Caribbean woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samurai. Very much like the closing line that you had there. I now ask Mr. Felix to give his comments somewhat briefly so that we can have enough time for the rest of our agenda and stay somewhat in line with our time constraints. Mr. Felix.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'll try to be very brief in commenting on the last presentation there. So 4 brief things before it is that I elaborate on some very brief definitions. The first is that we have to understand that there are no such thing as solutions. We have trade-offs. So if it is that we want to gain something, we're going to have to lose something. That's generally a rule of life. There are no solutions, there are trade-offs. So nothing is free in that sense. We also have to make a distinction between, when we speak about matters of equality or inequality, there's a difference between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. And we can run into a lot of issues if we're talking about digital transformation where we confuse the two because they're not the same. Right? And there are varying reasons for inequalities, and there are some reasons that are outside anyone's control. It's not always because there's some sort of evil overlord oppressing people. Some of it is based on people's own personal choices and the consequences of those choices, or sometimes it could be something as simple as geographic factors and otherwise. In talking about digital transformation, this is my third point here, I think we need to move away from talking about technology to some degree in materialist terms, right? Technology is not just about, the technical aspects of things, but we need to consider the social and the ideological, because technology would not exist unless there was an actual use for it, and unless there was an actual context for it, and unless there were social conditions that actually give rise to it. So to just look at technology or digital transformation in terms of just the technical aspects of it, which is extremely important, we also need to not think in silos, but to understand that there are other aspects of it as well. As it relates to the previous presentation as well, I think that neocolonialism is something that is very real, particularly in the Caribbean, and especially so given that a lot of influences, particularly from the US, find its way into the Caribbean and find its way into the discourses that are there. And we need to make a very clear separation between the peoples that live in the Caribbean and the peoples that live outside of the Caribbean. We are not the same. We do not have the same issues. We do not have issues of quote unquote systemic this and systemic that and institutional that in the same way that in other parts of the world they have that. So it's very problematic when people start discussing the Caribbean as though it is that we will some other part of the world. We are, and this leads me to what I want to talk about here very briefly in terms of when we say that as the Caribbean, we want to be a modern people, what do we mean by that? That is something that we need to be very clear on, and we need to be very clear in terms of how that looks. So when we look at the whole idea of modernity or being in a modern society, we're looking at ideas of progressive change that are more or less amplified by globalization and underpinned by a sense of rationality, secularization, and so on and so forth. So we have examples of this in terms of nation branding and urbanization and workforce development, migration, and so on and so forth. And this definitely has significant impacts in terms of our politics, our economics, and various social spheres. What I think is very key, and it's not something that people talk about because we talk about the technology or the environment or the legal system and that sort of thing. All of these things are underpinned by values. And the good things that we see in society, so the bad things that we see, or the problematic things, or the things that are desirable, they are all premised on ideas. They're premised on values. And it would really be remiss of us to focus our efforts in terms of digital transformation and not focus on fostering values. What are quote unquote Caribbean values, right? What is the value system that we work within that enables us to undertake efforts in digital transformation and that allows for it to be successful? Hence the reason why I asked the question earlier, what are some of the optimal conditions that allow for successful digital transformation? How is it something that is negotiated and that is actually beneficial to as much people as possible that are open to the process, and that it is something that is enriching for society and it doesn't, how should I say, it doesn't increase or exasperate some of the existing issues that we already have. One way forward, I believe, and I will say this in closing, is this notion of reflexive governance, which is future-oriented and it is focused on intended outcomes. And it's a very responsive way of actually dealing with things. And what it requires for us to do is to look at ourselves as a post-colonial region and try to figure out exactly what is it that we want. Is it that we want to stay in our little silos of being, well, I'm part of this nation, I'm part of that nation, or is it that we want to think regionally? If that is the case, there needs to be a complete shift in our politics. There needs to be a complete shift in the structures of thinking that we have. And in terms of how digital transformation also goes in line, or how it can be an expression of ideas that we have about our particular space that we inhabit. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. Some very thought-provoking ideas once again. I now would like to invite Ms. Liana Silochan, who is the Guild Librarian of the Guild Council for the academic year 2020-2021, to give a short note of thanks at this time. Liana?
Hi, thank you all. Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you to the panelists. for that very fruitful discussions and contributions. I just wanted to briefly thank the CTU for this opportunity and to specifically mention the previous Acting Secretary General, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, who has obviously paved the way for youth involvement in such a forum as this. It's the 16th, and I feel very honored, along with my colleagues, to participate. And I know that our contributions won't go fruitless, vice versa. And I'm looking forward to the Q&A. Thank you all on behalf of the Guild Library and my committee.
Thank you very much, Liana. So we'll have a brief Q&A session as we are upon 3 o'clock. Mr. Casimir, can you advise me as such if it is you'd like things to change?
If you're asking if you would like me, if I would like you to do it?
If you'd like to change things, I know we are up on 3 o'clock, which was our scheduled
okay, no,
time to end.
yeah, we can manage to 3:15 because we can take the break at 3:15 and resume the last session at 3:30 as scheduled.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Mr. Felix, a question to you, sir. What would you consider, and this question comes in from, I can't see who sent it in, but yes, the question to you, sir, what would you consider or prescribe to as the appropriate level of efforts required to address the non-technical considerations, i.e., regional culture, business processes, redesign, and people development in order to successfully and comprehensively engage a national digital transformation drive?
Okay, that's an interesting question because it kind of juxtaposes two different things, right? There's this contrast between the national and the regional. And we need to be very clear in terms of where our priorities lie. Is it that we see ourselves as being part of a region first or being part of a nation first, right? And we have to look at how it is that our conception of nation and region are actually constructed. And going further back, these are premised on particular types of ideas. And these ideas, they find their articulation in particular types of discourses, meaning they find their ways in institutions and how we speak about things and in the things that we do in people who exemplify these ideas. And ultimately these are the starting points for political discussions. And talking about politics, we're talking about politics in the sense of power. And in terms of, we're looking at things from an ideological perspective in terms of ideas and how ideas are articulated materially. Now, one of the things that people often do is that when we look up to quote unquote developed nations, wherever they are, whatever part of the world that they may be in, there's a tendency to look at what they have accomplished and what they're able to do and the standards of living that are there and so on and so forth. That didn't just come about just like that. That isn't because, well, they just happen to have great infrastructure. It isn't because they just happen to have a good education system. It's premised on ideas. It's premised on having a very, very clear plan. It's usually written down and it's usually repeated. So it's part of the popular discourse in terms of what is it that we want for ourselves? What is it do we want to see manifest materially? What is it that we want to perpetuate ideologically? Who is it that we are? What is our identity? And that has to be the starting point, I believe, if any sort of constructive discussions need to be had in terms of progress at both national and regional levels. Because if it is that we look at social issues related to crime, inequality, migration, and so on and so forth, I think it is that a discussion on values is almost absent in every instance. And there isn't a clear articulation in many instances of exactly, well, what does it mean to be somebody from Grenada? What does it mean to be somebody from Ghana? What does it mean to be somebody from the region? What does that mean, right? Now, we've had persons within the region and in our respective nations articulating these ideas, but for one reason or the other, they haven't picked up currency. But I think the first thing is that it's premised on ideas. Now, moving from ideas to something a bit more concrete in terms of being a lot more practical, there is a very, and this comes out of, you know, the political sciences and urban studies and so on and so forth. There is something in the literature that is called reflexive governance, right? It is a very adaptive mode of engaging with problems and also being future oriented and being very participatory in its orientation, meaning that it's not just about people holding positions of power making decisions, but there's consultation, there is a certain degree of flexibility. So it is that it involves a particular sense of diversity in the perspectives that are taken into account when decisions are made. The interactions are not dominated by one particular group. There's a sense of equality that's there. So one of the fundamental pillars is knowledge production and literacy, very, very important. Next, there's a sense of experimentation, and people are very quick to dispense with something that doesn't work. So it is that it tends to be very iterative in terms of goal formulation and achieving those goals. It is very future oriented. It doesn't just look at what is convenient in the now. The strategies that are actually involved are very, very interactive. And it's about looking at context and looking very closely at all the persons that are involved in the issue. So for example, in Trinidad and Tobago, usually with the issue of crime, people keep blaming the police. Well, the police not doing this and the police not doing that, but we have a justice system. Why is it called a justice system? Because you have lawmakers, you have the courts, you have a lot of different people that are involved in that. So you just can't look at one component of it and trace all the social problems to just this one component or just blame it on a particular party that may be in power. We have to look at this in terms of all of the actors that are involved in it. And see where the gaps actually are, and if it is that there's actually a sense of cohesion and people actually working together to try to have progress and being aware of what the issues are and actually transparently dealing with it. And this is the reason why it is that I referred to documents such as the Global Peace Index and the Global Talent Competitiveness Index, because the indicators that we find on those for some Caribbean nations are especially troubling. So if it is that we want to try to address certain types of issues, it starts with a foundation of knowing where the issues lie and addressing it from there, not having conjecture and working with that data towards finding, you know, more data-driven solutions, so to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. Another question to you at this time is, do you have any thoughts on whether multi-stakeholder bottom-up governance culture of the internet aids or addresses the development or digital transformation you speak of moving forward?
Okay, that's a very good question. I'll respond to it by this. There's actually a book called Misunderstanding the Internet, right? And one of the arguments that have been laid out in that book by the authors is the fact that the internet is often heralded as something that is emancipatory. It's going to free us. It's going to unleash these new possibilities. But the thing is that what we see in cyberspace is that sometimes some of the same issues are just replicated. But because of the nature of digital spaces and digital technologies, these issues are actually amplified, right? So the progress that people are able to make is in direct relation, not just to their own political will or their own individual agency, but it's also a result of their context. And I'll give you a very good example. Now, on social media, it's quite common to see videos with quote unquote inspirational stories of very famous people. But there are a lot of problems with looking at those type of things. Firstly, generally, a lot of those quote unquote inspirational peoples, they come from the US. Right? Secondly, they are exceptional cases. So it is that you cannot, quote unquote, duplicate their success. They are anomalies. And we have to make a distinction between the norms and the anomalies, right? So for example, it is not the norm to drop out of school and be successful. The sociological evidence suggests that you have a higher chance of social mobility once it is that you are educated. That has been proven for a very, very long time. That is the general way in which it is that things work. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that when you see success stories, people are successful for a number of different, quote unquote, depending on how you define success, of course, they're successful for a number of different reasons. So if the success of some sort of strategy needs to work, I go back to the question of what are the optimal conditions that allow for digital transformation or any sort of progress, so to speak, that we want as a modern society, as a modern civil society, as a modern Caribbean people. And it points us back to questions of context. Is the context that we're in, does it enable certain types of changes that we want to see? Are the changes moving along at the pace that we would like? How does the context fit into it? Does the context work for us or does it work against us, right? Because the contexts are made up of human actors, they're made up of institutions and different social and political systems that will either offer constraints or would be means to enable certain types of actions and progress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix, for your response. The next question is to the three Guild panelists, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Vincent, and Mr. Samaru. And the question reads, if there is one recommendation you would give to contribute to molding an effective environment for DT and youth, what would it be? DT being digital transformation. Gentlemen. I invite Mr. Anderson to go first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. My contribution here would be to examine where youth are. What is the young people of the country or the region plugged into? Only then can we examine how digital transformation can come into play. Because focusing on the word transformation by itself, it suggests that we're transforming from what exists into something that is enhanced, right? So examining where we are and what we desire in the youth space. Yes, it is defined in certain policy documents and these kind of things, but a lot of it is dynamic and it takes maintaining pace with young people so that the policy documents and these things, we don't have too much of a dissonance between the beat of young people and what is enshrined in these policy documents. So I am of the personal belief that beginning to bridge that gap begins in our culture as it relates to entertainment. So all these stories that we've told, where we have captured our history, oral tradition is very important to us, but all our music, the beat of the Caribbean, we're making strides in fashion and movies and these things now. So digital transformation should speak to how do we transform our culture into an offering to the rest of the world, closing the economic gap, if I'm to borrow from Mr. Felix, making a trade-off between our culture and the global culture, and using that to fill the gap. So the transformation, therefore, for youth should be selling ourselves, selling our offerings and selling our experiences and how we interact with each other. And how that plays into our learning, tertiary, primary, secondary, etc. Because our culture and entertainment is very important to us. So if I was to even to begin to describe what unifies us as a Caribbean and what defines us as a Caribbean, I would start with entertainment. I would start with culture, because whereas the other attempts to define us pose many challenges, when we talk about music and entertainment and these things, we tend to find a common thread there quite easily, in my opinion. So Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Samaru, quickly.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for me to just offer one thing, but I think generally I would have to say inclusion in the first place. And this goes across the board, not just inclusion in terms of digital transformation or attempts to pursue whatever level of digital transformation, but inclusion of you generally in policy making and everything. And not just a kind of tokenism inclusion that often occurs throughout the region and elsewhere in the world, where youths only are given a seat at the table just because, you know, you want youth representation for that facade, but to really value our contributions that we have to make, because we are developing youth as the world is developing in itself. And we have meaningful contributions to make. So, you know, it really bothers me that you have persons in rooms with good AC who make decisions on people's life based on statistics and don't necessarily go and consult with those people. So youth inclusion into any developmental agenda, I think it is important, and that would greatly aid in fostering an environment where we can really think about what does digital transformation mean and all these things. Before we even get to the transformation in and of itself, we have to include youths to have them thinking about what it could mean, how it could be, what it could not be, and all those things. So inclusion, inclusion, inclusion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samaru. Some very interesting points there. Mr. Felix, the final question to you and the Guild panelists as well, and it comes from the Guild PRO, Mr. Cavell Hazelwood, and his question to you, gentlemen, is, what is one recommendation you will give to CARICOM with respect to youth and digital transformation? So I'll invite Mr. Felix to answer first, and then Mr. Anderson and Mr. Samaru. Just keeping in mind that we are at 3:50.
Okay. My recommendation is... Okay.
Just saying they're a little over right now, but please go ahead briefly.
Okay. My recommendation is very simple, and I'm attempting to more or less build on all of the previous presentations. I think it is that one recommendation is to really consider the conditions that allow for successful digital transformation. Not just thinking of the technology, not just thinking about internet connections, laptops, digital devices, but what are the conditions that allow for digital transformation that are very considerate of youth. So it means making data-driven decisions. It means investing in research. It means listening to our experts, which is very important, and having consultations with youths, and ensuring that these decisions are informed as it relates to creating the optimal conditions that allow for successful digital transformation among youths.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. Mr. Anderson?
Well, Mr. Felix has covered the foundation quite perfectly. So it's difficult to build from there, but what I would like to see that perhaps, if I'm right in my theory, that CARICOM gives support to young people with respect to digital transformation in unifying the region digitally, carving out a space for us where we can say this is Caribbean owned, right? Where we can claim our browser as a Caribbean owned browser, where we can claim an intellectual property space, the same way where we try to log on to certain movies and music, and we are restricted based on our region. I would like to see that persons try to get into the Caribbean region to access our music and our movies, etc., and all our intellectual property, and they face a restriction that they would have to offer us foreign exchange for, thereby, you know, strengthening the economic drive of the region. That is my wish for support from CARICOM.
Very interesting point there, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Samaru, quickly.
Yeah, I think my recommendation would be to, one, well, strengthen youth policies, to have this kind of thing included in it. You have in some countries, youth policies been absent. And I think even whilst countries may seek to have national or at the level of CARICOM, regional kind of policy to foster an environment for digital transformation, that needs to be incorporated, or at least what do you want from youths, which of course comes with consultation, into national youth policies, and have national youth councils and other youth groups that exist. And you have many throughout the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, even the Guild of Students, who represent a large portion of young people, and have those groups really craft a kind of policy, or be engaged in crafting a kind of policy. Now, just before I close, I think one of the things absent actually in young people and in movements is our ability to communicate in the language of the state. And that is something that we have to develop. But of course, there are many hindrances to that. But even while we engage with governments and so on and craft policies, that is a skill we have to develop. And hopefully governments can help us to develop that state, to communicate in the language of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samaru. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you for all those who are listening, wherever you will you are. I thank you. And I'd like to thank personally the CTU for this opportunity, not only for myself, but by extension, the Guild, as well as the Library Committee of the Guild Council for this great opportunity. So Mr. Casimir, I pass back over to you. Your mic is muted, sir.
Good night. Joe.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. I think the discussion broadened the scope of what we would normally have at a CIGF. Typically, the audience here, I guess, are a bit more on the technical side or on the implementation side. So, but I think what came out here is some kind of basic, some first principles type thinking, in a sense, reminding us, and this is something I recall from my days at university. There was the big discussion about appropriate technology, right? Technology was moving on and there were options out there, and but there was this discussion about the appropriate technology. What's appropriate for us in the Caribbean? What's appropriate for us in our individual nations and that sort of thing? And we almost take for granted the benefits to be derived from digital transformation and so on. And I think it's reminded us that it needs a context. It needs a context, and when you adopt it, you must know what you're doing, why you're adopting it, where you're going to apply it, and that sort of thing. So I think that type of thinking was brought out in the discussions that we heard, and I think I too would like to thank all of the presenters from the Guild and Mr. Felix as well for the content that you provided to the CIGF this afternoon. So thank you very much. Thanks for staying on as we begin the final session of today, the first day of our Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And if you look at your provisional agenda, you will be able to see that here we deal with updating the Caribbean Internet Governance Framework. I mentioned early on that one of the key products, one of the flagship products of this forum over the years has been the articulation and documentation of this policy framework, which we periodically update as priorities might change and technologies emerge over the years. Our current version is version 3. Well, I'll take it through a short presentation on that. In each of our CIGFs, we typically have at least one, sometimes 2 workshop sessions associated with the subject of internet governance. Sometimes it's related to, specifically like this one, to the Internet Governance Policy Framework. Other times it might be on some other matter. So what we would typically end up doing is have basically a workshop session. Sometimes it's work groups, sometimes it's in plenary, and we we discuss and propose solutions for whatever is before us. In 2019, a year ago, when we held the 15th CIGF, we began in earnest the process of updating the current version of the Internet Governance Policy Framework. So for those of us who might not have been present at that time, what I will do is that I will, just a sec, let me just get the correct document here. What I'll do is give you a short recap of the work that was done before we kind of set up what we hope to do this year. So let me go on to screen share. And hopefully you would be seeing my screen, which is talking, beginning a discussion on reviewing the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework, issue 3.0. Issue 3.0 was done in 2016. And to explain the document for those of us who might not have seen it before, I have like about 3 or 4 slides actually giving you what is contained therein. So our Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework is really a high-level policy advisory document that we developed from this CIGF forum over several years. It articulates a vision and a mission for internet governance in the Caribbean. Actually, the vision it articulates is for a Caribbean Internet Society. And then what is the role of internet governance in achieving that, in helping to achieve that? It includes policy-making principles and guidelines for policy development. And as I mentioned earlier, we have always focused or sought to identify and focus on Caribbean priority areas. So in that document, we found a way to put down the priority areas for the Caribbean under the realm of internet governance. And in that document also identified certain policy proposals. When it was done, we took it through the CTU hierarchy, which would be the CTU Executive Council, which is made up of senior government officials from all over the Caribbean, all member states, and the CTU General Conference of Ministers. So it has been recommended as reference, as guidelines for national developments in terms of internet governance. This slide shows you what the table of contents of what it contains, and I think it gives you a good sense of what is in the document. It begins with a short introduction, and then it talks about the basis and aims of the policy framework, gives some background on internet governance generally. It has a statement of vision and a statement of mission, statement of vision for Caribbean Information Society, and a statement of mission for Caribbean internet governance. So the mission is more okay, so what do we do in order to work ourselves towards that articulated vision? And also specific guiding principles. After that, section 2, there's section 3, which actually looks at the policy framework itself. And it is in this section that certain policy statements or proposals are included. Looking at the scope of that policy framework, there are 6 subsections, and those 6 subsections are the Caribbean priority areas that were defined. The first of which was infrastructure for broadband connectivity. That statement, infrastructure for broadband connectivity, is an evolved statement. If I go back to the first issue of the policy framework, for example, it would have just talked about physical infrastructure. And I remember in the very early days, in like 2005 kind of thing, part of that infrastructure development wasn't only telecommunications. In one or two cases in certain of the countries of the Caribbean, they were also talking about electricity. You know, we would still looking at extending electricity ubiquitously to certain parts of these countries. So the 6 priority areas are infrastructure, which in today's world, we're talking about broadband connectivity. Then we're talking about internet technical infrastructure and operations. This is your DNS system and IPv4, IPv6, these types of technical systems. The 3rd priority area is legal frameworks. And we actually had legal frameworks and enforcement. So that would deal with things like laws and cyber crimes and cybersecurity and that sort of thing. Internet content development and management, we've always had a stress on local content development. Public awareness and capacity building, that has always been a high priority and is an area that the CTU has done a lot of work in over the years, notably through the Caribbean ICT Roadshow. And then research in terms of measuring progress and research in terms of looking at trends coming down the pipeline as well. So apart from identifying the policy areas and including some policy prescriptions in there, well, following that, we also looked at what's the operational structure for evolving this policy framework. What are some of the implementation steps that could be taken, measurement and monitoring, and provision for periodic review. So this document is available on the CTU website, this issue 3 document. You would go to the CTU website, ctu.int, and in the tabs across the top, you can look at projects, and they'll take you there to a internet governance page, and if you scroll along that page, there's access to this document and others. So, as I said, at last year's forum, we started reviewing this, and in particular with a focus on the vision statement and the mission and the guiding principles to determine the extent to which maybe they need to be refined or revamped. As I might have said, issue 3 is the current version, and that was finally adopted at the 12th CIGF, which was held in Belize. And provision was made for periodic review. And as we make an issue of the policy framework, so for example, 2016, we put out issue 3, as changes or policy proposals come forward after that, we take them into consideration for inclusion in the following issuance of the policy framework. So since 2016, we've been soliciting feedback and comments from people, and all of these, sometimes as we're doing now through the medium of the CIGF, and any changes that we get or agreed will be taken into account into the next issue. We had initially planned to do issue 4 this year, but the delay caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and so on, it looks like it would now not be before next year. So that gets me to the end of the explanation as to the document. And what I would go on to now is a suggestion as to how we progress the work. I need to share a different document. Okay, this one, I trust you're able to see this Word document. What this document has is the status of the discussions from last year as regards the amendments being discussed to this policy framework document. I've split them out into 4 tables. Let me just see if I can make it even a little bigger so that it's a little easier to read for everyone. Right, so I've split them out into 4 tables. Am I getting a question? No, okay, at least not yet. Yeah, the first table relates to the vision statement, and that's the vision for Caribbean Internet Society, not Internet, Information Society. And this table has the existing statement in the issue 3 document and 2 options, which were the ones that we had filtered it down to at the end of the last CIGF. The intention, as I mentioned, was for us to continue to do this intersessionally via discussion forums on the CTU website, but unfortunately that has not happened. So this is basically where we are. And we had narrowed it down to 2 competing options for a revised statement of vision. So that is recorded here in the first table in this Word document here. The second table explains the status of our discussions as regards the statement of mission for Caribbean Internet Governance. The table shows you what the existing statement is, and this is the existing always means as obtains in issue 3 of the policy framework, right? And later on in the table, we have statements of what proposed changes are in there. For those who are not so familiar with the international conventions, in the proposals here, wherever you see square brackets, it would have been words that might have been proposed and noted, but not agreed by consensus. So all the proposed word changes are included in square brackets for discussion, for further discussion and agreement. All right, so when you see what is in this document here, you can interpret what you're seeing appropriately. So for example, if I look at this 3rd bullet here, which talks about ample supply and capacity for the creation, lawful use and distribution of Caribbean and other content and technologies, and then asking about non-Caribbean content. The word lawful is put in square brackets because maybe it was proposed to be removed. But I think it is there in the existing. Yes, it is there in the existing. So it would have been proposed to be removed, but not agreed to be removed. Distribution of Caribbean content. There was a suggestion to put in Caribbean and other content because maybe we want to deal with content from outside of the Caribbean as well. So this is how it is recorded. What is the status of the discussions where suggestions have been made and made the board, but not necessarily fully agreed. So this is the current status of the discussions as regards the mission for Caribbean Internet Governance. And then we have table 3. Table 3 relates to the guiding principles. This shows the existing statement of guiding principles. And then what are some of the proposals, again, inclusive of some square brackets. One note about the proposals here is that the proposals didn't really attempt to reach final wording as exists under the existing formulation, right? It tended to be a little more succinct in statement to try to get agreement on what are the principles to be put in, and then the appropriate wording will be formulated consistent with the principles that we want to put down there. So it's not a straight word for word comparison in this particular instance. In this particular instance, we're looking to see, okay, which are the main principles that need to be included, and to a certain extent, what should be the core statements. So I guess one needs to bear that in mind in looking at this particular one. So that was mission, vision, mission, and guiding principles. And then the statements of strategic priority areas. As I explained, there were 6: infrastructure for broadband connectivity, internet technical infrastructure, legal frameworks and enforcement, internet content, public awareness, and research. There were some recommended refinements to this as well. And again, not necessarily all the exact wording, but the intent was to get the principles agreed as to what would be included or not included. So there, in that sense, there are some square brackets here as well. So when we're all in one room together and can speak freely and informally and easily, it's possible to do a simple either plenary workshop or multiple groups dealing with different aspects of this amendment. But given that we are in this online format, where it will be a little more difficult for people to make interventions and throw suggestions, and there's much more propensity for people to collide in terms of trying to get the flow and so on. What I am proposing to do instead is probably, let us take it from the point of view of, let's do some homework. So what we've done is this document, this Word document, which contains the current status of the discussions. We've created a Google document, which the link for which we will make available on the chat. All right, so we will, on the chat, there will be a link to this document in a Google Doc format where you can access it on the web and input your comments on that web-based version of the document. The format is such that we'll be able to see everyone's comments in one place, and then that would be used to, I guess, update the status of the discussions before we try to come to at least try to come to consensus, if not on the entire thing, on certain parts of the proposals here, either the vision or the mission or guiding principles or general priorities. So that's what we propose to do tomorrow afternoon around the same time, around the 3:30 kind of time frame. We have a second workshop session where it is proposed that we examine what are the comments that would have come in overnight related to this. So because it's a kind of a cold review, I think it's useful for us to look at it, remind ourselves as to where the discussions were, and take some quiet time in our own thinking to see what suggestions you might be able to include on that Google document. So I will stop here to see if there are any comments that people want to make. Let me stop sharing for a second. I need to get back to a place where I can see. Yes, if I look at the chat, the link has been posted in the chat, and I guess I'm open now to any comments from persons who might basically want to say anything. So you have an option here to either submit questions in the chat or try to raise hand, and we'll see if we could enable anyone to speak who might want to speak. Bear in mind that silence means consent, so if there's anything that's not clear or you want to suggest. Oh, okay. If I look at the chat, oh, someone asked if the youth participants are still here. I don't know. I'm doubting. Okay. All right. So I will take it to mean that silence means that my proposal is not unreasonable. Oh, Ms. Silo Chan is still on. That's the guild librarian who set up the thing. So yeah, I will take it to mean that my suggestion is a reasonable one. So I will ask that you review the document on the Google Docs. Richard, I think I'll ask you to also put that document on put that Google link on the website as well, on the web page of the CIGF, and ask you to enter and return your comments on the Google Doc itself, and we'll take up the second part of this workshop session tomorrow. I do not have anything else to add at this point. So if you will, let's see. Oh, and the suggestion is that we draw this to the attention of the youths as well. So I can do that. I can do that and get their inputs as regards the wordings on these documents. So I will look forward to your feedback and your comments. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll get back into the workshop session, and hopefully we'll be able to make some progress on consensus. All right, so I think I would want to leave it there. I will remind you that that's, if I look at my thing for tomorrow, my agenda for tomorrow, please God. Tomorrow, please God, we're starting at 9 o'clock. And we will begin with a short recap from today. And our first panel tomorrow, actually, we start looking at accelerating e-government. Tomorrow actually should be quite interesting in terms of the panel discussions that would be there. And then we would go into the workshop sessions in later tomorrow afternoon, probably slightly earlier, depending on how the panel goes. Maybe we could start the workshop session at around 3:15 instead of 3:30. All right, so I would say at this point, thank you very much, folks, for your participation today. I hope you found that it was rewarding, as rewarding for me as, I hope it was as rewarding for you as it was for me. I have to say I'm happy to be successfully through the first day, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, please God. Same time, same channel at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel.
Okay.